My family didn't just die, they were erased. By him. 23 wolves. One command. And the Alpha who gave that order is standing in front of me right now, with his eyes soft and his hand extended, like he doesn't know what he took from me. But his blood knows mine. The bond is already pulling. Already choosing. And I can't tell anymore if what I feel in my chest is love, or the cruelest revenge the universe ever invented. Chapter 1. The smell of burning wood still clung to my clothes. 3 days. That's how long it had been since I watched my childhood home collapse into flames, since I heard my mother's final scream echo through the forest, since everything I knew turned to ash and silence. I pressed my back against the rough bark of an ancient oak, my breath coming in short, controlled bursts. The forest around me was alive with night sounds, crickets, distant owls, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, but none of it mattered, because I could hear them. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, moving through the darkness with the confidence of predators who knew their prey was cornered. She couldn't have gone far. A male voice growled from somewhere to my left. The Alpha wants her found before dawn. The Alpha. Cassius Thornbreaker. Just thinking his name made my chest tighten with a pain so sharp it stole my breath. My fingers dug into the tree bark until splinters pierced my skin, but I welcomed the sting. Physical pain was easier to manage than the other kind, the kind that came from knowing the man you were destined for was the same man who'd given the order to slaughter your entire pack. Spread out, another voice commanded. If she shifts, we'll hear it. She's injured, won't get far in either form. They were right about that. My left shoulder throbbed where a blade had caught me during my escape, and every breath sent sharp stabs through my ribs. I'd bound the wound with strips torn from my shirt, but blood still seeped through the makeshift bandage, leaving a trail any competent tracker could follow. I had maybe an hour before they found me. Maybe less. The smart thing would be to run. Keep moving. Put as much distance between myself and Thornbreaker territory as possible before my body gave out completely. But I'd never been particularly smart when it came to survival. My hand moved to the silver pendant hidden beneath my torn collar, the only thing I'd managed to grab before the flames consumed everything. It was warm against my skin, pulsing with a faint energy that reminded me why I was still here, why I hadn't let myself bleed out in some forgotten corner of the forest. Promise me, Ari, my mother had whispered in those final moments, her hand pressing the pendant into mine as smoke filled her lungs. Promise me you'll find the truth. Not the story they'll tell, the real truth. I promised, and then I watched her die. The footsteps were getting closer now. I could smell them. 5 distinct scents, all male, all bearing the territorial marker of the Thornbreaker pack. They moved with military precision, closing in on my position like wolves surrounding wounded prey, which I supposed was exactly what I was. My wolf stirred beneath my skin, restless and furious. She wanted to fight. Wanted to tear into them with teeth and claws, to make them pay for what they'd taken from us. But I pushed her down, forced her into the dark corner of my mind where rage went to fester. Not yet. Fighting now would only get me killed, and I couldn't die. Not before I understood why. Not before I looked Cassius Thornbreaker in his cold, silver eyes and demanded to know why he'd ordered the execution of an entire pack, including the woman fate had chosen as his mate. Because that's what I was. His mate. The moon herself had marked me for him on my 18th birthday, 2 months ago. I'd felt the pull even then, that inexplicable draw towards someone I'd never met, a connection that defied logic and reason. My mother knew immediately. She'd seen the signs, the restlessness, the dreams, the way my wolf howled at the moon, as if calling to someone just beyond reach. The bond will reveal itself when the time is right, she told me. Her eyes sad in a way I hadn't understood then. But be careful, my daughter. Not all fated bonds are blessed. Some are tests, lessons the moon gives us to see if we're strong enough to choose our own path. I hadn't understood. Not until 3 nights ago, when Cassius Thornbreaker himself had stood at the edge of our burning territory, his face illuminated by flames, his eyes locked on mine across the distance. And I'd felt it. That undeniable pull. That soul-deep recognition, the bond snapping into place like a key turning in a lock, binding me to the man who just destroyed everything I loved. He'd felt it too. I'd seen it in the way his entire body had gone rigid, in the flicker of shock that crossed his face before his expression hardened into something cold and unreadable. And then he turned away, just turned his back and walked into the darkness, leaving me standing in the ashes of my family's legacy with a bond burning in my chest, and no one left alive to explain why. A branch snapped 20 feet to my right. I froze, every muscle in my body coiling tight. My wolf pressed against my consciousness, demanding to be let out, but I held her back. Barely. Blood trail leads this way, one of the hunters called out. Fresh. She's close. I had seconds to make a choice. Run. And they'd chase me down within minutes. My injured leg wouldn't carry me far enough, fast enough. Stay, and they'd find me anyway. Or, my fingers tightened around the pendant. It pulsed once, warm and insistent, as if responding to my desperation. Find the truth. There was only one place I'd find answers. Only one person could tell me why my entire pack had been marked for death, why my mother's final words had been a plea for me to seek truth instead of revenge. I had to go to him, to Cassius Thornbreaker, to the Alpha who'd ordered the massacre, to my mate. The decision crystallized in my mind with terrifying clarity. It was reckless, possibly suicidal, but it was the only path forward that didn't end with me bleeding out in the forest or spending the rest of my life running from shadows. I would walk into the monster's den, and I would make him answer for what he'd done. The hunters were close enough now that I could hear their breathing, could smell the anticipation rolling off them in waves. They thought they had me cornered, thought this was just another hunt ending the way all hunts ended, with the prey surrendering or dying. They had no idea I was about to become something else entirely. I stepped out from behind the oak tree, my hands raised in surrender, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my throat. I'll go with you, I said clearly. Take me to your Alpha. 5 wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming in the moonlight. They were large, well-trained, and bore the scars of experienced fighters. The one in front, a man with a jagged scar across his jaw, studied me with open suspicion. The Alpha gave orders to bring you back dead or alive, he said slowly. Didn't say anything about you asking for an audience. Then tell him Arianeth Valen is invoking the right of petition. I kept my voice level, even as pain lanced through my shoulder. Tell him his mate demands answers before she bleeds out in his forest. The words hung in the air like a thrown blade. Every wolf went utterly still. The scarred one's eyes widened. You're lying. Am I? I let my wolf rise just enough that my eyes flashed with her golden light. You can smell the bond on me. You know what I am to him. It was a gamble. Pack law was complicated, and the right of petition was ancient, a rule that predated most modern pack structures. It stated that any wolf could demand an audience with an Alpha if they had legitimate grievances, and that the Alpha was bound by honor to hear them out before passing judgment. But adding the mate bond into it? That changed everything. Mate bonds were sacred. Even enemies respected them. To kill your fated mate without cause was to spit in the face of the moon herself, and no Alpha, no matter how powerful, wanted that kind of curse on their pack. The hunters exchanged glances, uncertainty rippling through their ranks. Finally, the scarred one spoke into a radio clipped to his vest. Sir, we found the Valen girl. She's requesting an audience. Claim he paused, his jaw tight. She's invoking the right of petition as the Alpha's mate. Static crackled. Then a voice came through. Deep. Cold. Achingly familiar, even though I'd only heard it once, 3 nights ago. Giving orders I'd never forget. Bring her. 2 words. That's all Cassius Thornbreaker said. But I heard everything beneath them. The anger, the shock, the dangerous curiosity of a predator who'd just discovered his prey had teeth. The scarred hunter gestured sharply. You heard him. Move. They surrounded me as we walked, weapons drawn, eyes alert for any sign of treachery. I kept my hands visible, my pace steady despite the agony screaming through my shoulder. Every step was a reminder of what I'd lost, what I was walking toward. But I didn't let myself falter, because somewhere ahead, in a fortress built on blood and secrets, was the man fate had bound me to. The man I was supposed to love. The man who'd killed my family. And before this night was over, One of us would have to answer for the impossible cruelty of what we'd become to each other. The forest began to thin, and in the distance I saw lights. Thornbreaker Keep. My chest tightened as the bond flared to life, pulling me forward with an intensity that made my knees weak. He was there, waiting, and nothing in my life had prepared me for what would happen when I finally stood before him and demanded to know. Why? Chapter 2. Thornbreaker Keep rose from the mountainside like a fortress carved from shadow and stone. Massive walls, dark timber reinforced with iron, torches burning at intervals that cast dancing light across surfaces designed to intimidate. This wasn't just a pack house, it was a declaration of power. A reminder that the Thornbreaker pack didn't just survive in these mountains, they ruled them. My wolf should have been terrified. Instead, she pushed against my consciousness with an eagerness that made me sick. She recognized this place, recognized the scent markers, the territorial boundaries, the invisible threads of power that hummed through the air. She thought we were coming home. I shoved her down hard, ignoring the ache in my chest that came from denying what the bond wanted. This wasn't home. This was the enemy's stronghold, the place where orders had been given to burn my family alive. No amount of mystical destiny would make me forget that. The Scarred Hunter, I'd heard the others call him Darian, kept close to my side as we passed through the main gates. Guards watched from elevated positions, their eyes tracking my every movement with the focused attention of soldiers who'd been briefed on a threat. I didn't blame them. If I were in their position, I'd be watching too. A lone wolf from a massacred pack, claiming to be the Alpha's mate. Walking willingly into his territory? It reeked of desperation or suicide mission. Maybe both. The inner courtyard was bustling despite the late hour. Wolves moved with purpose, some shifting between forms, others carrying weapons or supplies. Training exercises continued in a wide dirt ring where two massive wolves circled each other, teeth bared, while others watched and shouted encouragement. This was a pack at war readiness, which raised the question, war with whom? My pack, the Valen pack, had been small, peaceful. We'd held territory in the valley for 3 generations without conflict, living quietly, honoring the old ways, staying out of regional politics. We'd posed no threat to anyone. So why have we been targeted? Keep moving, Darian said quietly, his hand on my uninjured arm. Not rough, but firm. A reminder that I was here under guard, not as a guest. We climbed stone steps that led to the keep's main entrance, massive wooden doors carved with intricate scenes of hunts and battles. They swung open at our approach, revealing a great hall that stole my breath despite everything. The space was enormous. Vaulted ceilings supported by thick timber beams, a fireplace large enough to stand in, walls lined with weapons and banners representing generations of pack history. But it was the people that made me hesitate. Dozens of wolves filled the hall, all of them turning to watch as I entered. Their faces ranged from curious to hostile, but every single one of them could smell what I was. I could see it in their reactions, the way some stepped back instinctively, the way others leaned forward with interest, the way a few exchanged glances that spoke of shock and confusion. The Alpha's mate had just walked into their territory, a territory her pack had been destroyed by. The whispers started immediately, a low buzz of speculation that grew louder with each second. Is that really her? She smells like Valen territory. Why would he let her live? The bond. Can you feel it? I kept my chin up, my expression neutral, even as my shoulder throbbed and my legs threatened to give out. Weakness now would be fatal. These wolves respected strength, and showing fear would mark me as prey in their eyes. Make way. The voice cut through the whispers like a blade. The crowd parted and my heart stopped, because there he was, Cassius Thornbreaker, my mate. He moved through his pack with the fluid grace of a born predator, every step radiating the kind of power that couldn't be faked or learned. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and the lean, muscled build of a fighter. Dark hair fell just past his collar, and his face. Moon helped me. His face was devastating. Sharp jawline, high cheekbones, lips that would have been almost beautiful if not for the hard set of his expression. But it was his eyes that held me frozen. Silver. Not gray, not light blue, but true silver, like moonlight reflected in still water. And they were locked on me with an intensity that made everything else in the room disappear. The bond flared to life between us, a golden thread I could almost see connecting his chest to mine. It pulled taut, vibrating with recognition and need, and a dozen other emotions I couldn't name. My wolf surged forward, howling with joy at finally being near him. I slammed down every instinct that told me to go to him, to close the distance, to seek the comfort and completion the bond promised. Because beneath that pull, beneath the overwhelming rightness of his presence, I could still smell smoke. I still hear my mother's scream, still see his silhouette against the flames as he'd given the order that ended everything. Cassius stopped 10 feet away, his silver eyes never leaving mine. Arianeth Valen, he said, and hearing my name in his voice sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with cold. You've invoked the right of petition. It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. I have. And you claim to be my mate. I don't claim anything. My voice came out steadier than I felt. The bond speaks for itself. You felt it 3 nights ago. So did I. Something flickered across his face, too quick to read, before his expression hardened again. The bond is inconvenient. Inconvenient. That single word landed like a physical blow. My wolf snarled in my mind, furious at the dismissal, but I held her back. Inconvenient, I repeated slowly. Is that what you call murdering your mate's entire family? Inconvenient. The hall went dead silent. Every wolf in the room held their breath, waiting to see how their alpha would respond to such a blatant accusation. Cassius's jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath his skin. When he spoke, his voice was cold enough to freeze blood. You're injured. Delirious. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. I took a step forward despite Darian's warning hand on my arm. 3 nights ago, your wolves surrounded my territory. They set fires at every exit point, drove my pack toward the center, and then they slaughtered everyone. Men, women, children, elders. No mercy. No quarter. No explanation. I could feel tears burning behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. Not here. Not in front of him. And you. My voice cracked despite my best efforts. You stood at the border and watched it burn. I saw you. Our eyes met across the flames, and I felt this. I pressed a hand to my chest where the bond pulsed like a second heartbeat. I felt the snap into place, and you knew. You felt it too. And then you just walked away. The silence that followed was suffocating. Cassius stared at me with an expression I couldn't read. Anger, yes, but something else beneath it. Something that looked almost like pain. You want answers, he said finally. That's why you invoked the right of petition. I want to know why. My hands clenched into fists at my sides. My pack did nothing to threaten you. We kept to ourselves. We followed pack law. We had no conflicts with your territory. So why did you order our deaths? Because... And don't tell me it was inconvenient. I cut him off, my voice rising despite my best efforts. Don't insult me by pretending this was just business. You don't massacre an entire bloodline over inconvenience. Cassius's eyes flashed with something dangerous, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. His power rolled out in waves, and Alpha's dominance meant to make lesser wolves submit. My wolf should have cowered. Instead, she rose to meet him, my own power flaring in response. Not as strong, not nearly as refined, but there, present, refusing to back down. Because I wasn't just any wolf. I was the last of the Valen bloodline, the daughter of an alpha, and more importantly, I was his mate. The bond gave me protections, gave me rights that even his dominance couldn't override. Something shifted in Cassius's expression, surprise, maybe, or grudging respect. You have courage, he said quietly, walking into my territory, demanding answers, standing up to an alpha 3 times your strength. He moved closer, and I forced myself not to step back. But courage won't save you if you don't understand the game you've walked into. Then explain it to me. I held his gaze even though every instinct screamed at me to look away. Tell me why my mother's last words were to find the truth. Tell me what she knew that got her killed. Tell me why the moon would be cruel enough to bind me to the man who destroyed everything I loved. For a moment, just a heartbeat. I saw something crack in his carefully controlled facade. Saw genuine emotion flicker across his face before he locked it down again. Because, he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear, your mother discovered something she wasn't supposed to know. Something that threatened not just my pack, but every pack in these mountains. And she died before she could tell me where she'd hidden the proof. I froze. That wasn't the answer I'd expected. What are you talking about? Cassius glanced around the hall, his expression hardening. Darian, clear the room. Everyone out except the inner circle. The scarred hunter nodded sharply. You heard him. Move. There were protests, curious looks, but no one disobeyed a direct order from their alpha. Within minutes, the hall had emptied except for 5 wolves who remained near the fireplace, clearly Cassius's most trusted advisors. Once the last wolf had filed out and the doors closed with a heavy thud, Cassius turned back to me. 3 months ago, he said, his voice carrying the weight of terrible knowledge, I started receiving reports. Packs going silent. Entire bloodlines disappearing overnight. At first, we thought it was isolated incidents, rogues, territory disputes, bad luck. But then patterns emerged. He moved toward a large table near the fireplace where maps were spread out, marked with red circles and notations. I followed, drawn by the gravity in his tone. 12 packs, he continued, pointing to the marked locations. 12 packs wiped out in the span of 10 weeks. No survivors, no witnesses, just gone. My stomach clenched. And you think? I think something is hunting us. Cassius's silver eyes met mine, and I saw fear there. Actual fear. Something organized, strategic. Something that knows our weaknesses, our territories, our pack structures intimately enough to eliminate us without leaving evidence. One of his advisors, a woman with steel gray hair and sharp eyes, stepped forward. Your mother came to us 6 weeks ago. She'd been investigating the disappearances on her own, and she'd found something. A connection between the targeted packs. What connection? My voice came out as barely a whisper. That's what we don't know. Cassius's frustration was evident. She said she had proof. Documents. Evidence that would reveal who was behind the attacks. But she refused to hand it over until she could verify its authenticity. She was cautious. Didn't trust it easily. Smart woman, the gray-haired advisor murmured. She arranged to meet with me, Cassius continued. 3 nights from that initial contact. Said she'd bring everything she'd found. But before that meeting could happen, her pack was attacked, I finished, the pieces clicking into a horrible place. You think whoever's behind the massacres found out she knew. Found out she had evidence. I know they did. Cassius's hands clenched on the edge of the table. Because I was there that night to protect your pack. My wolves weren't the ones who set those fires, Arianeth. We were trying to stop them. The room tilted. No, that couldn't be right. I saw you, I said desperately. I saw your wolves, your territorial markers. You saw what you were meant to see. His voice was gentle now, almost apologetic. Whoever attacked your pack knew exactly how to make it look like thorn-breaker aggression. They used our scent markers, mimicked our attack patterns, even wore gear that bore our symbols. And by the time we arrived to intervene, it was too late. The fires had already been set. Your pack was all ready. No. I shook my head, backing away. No, you're lying. This is some kind of trick, some way to... Why would I lie? Cassius moved toward me, and I hated how my body automatically leaned into his presence. If I wanted you dead, Arianeth, you'd be dead. I have no reason to spare you. No reason to explain any of this, unless... He stopped, his silver eyes searching my face. Unless what? I whispered. Unless you know where your mother hid the evidence. His voice was urgent now. That's why they let you escape. That's why they're hunting you. Because they think you know where she kept the proof that could expose them. My hand moved instinctively to the pendant beneath my shirt. Promise me you'll find the truth. My mother's final words suddenly carried new meaning. She hadn't been asking me to seek revenge. She'd been asking me to find what she'd hidden. To finish what she'd started. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Cassius's eyes tracked the movement of my hand to my chest. What's that? Nothing. Arianeth. He stepped closer, and the bond between us pulled so tight it hurt. If you have something that belonged to your mother, something she gave you before she died, it might be important. I wanted to refuse. I wanted to keep my secrets, keep the last piece of my mother to myself. But looking into Cassius's eyes, feeling the bond humming between us, seeing the genuine fear and desperation in his expression, I realized I had a choice. Trust the man fate had bound me to, or trust my own rage and grief. Slowly, I pulled the pendant from beneath my shirt. It was silver, carved in the shape of a crescent moon with intricate runes etched along its surface. It had belonged to my grandmother, and her mother before that, a family heirloom passed down through generations. Cassius's eyes widened. Moon's mercy. That's a keeper's seal. A what? A keeper's seal. The gray-haired advisor moved closer, her voice filled with awe. They haven't been used in over a century. They're keys. Physical keys that unlock hidden archives where the old packs kept their most dangerous secrets. My heart hammered against my ribs. What kind of secrets? The kind that could start wars, Cassius said quietly. Or end them. He reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away. When I didn't, his fingers brushed against the pendant, and the moment his skin made contact, it blazed with light. Golden, warm, impossible light that filled the entire hall. And in that light, I saw something that changed everything. A vision. My mother, standing in a hidden chamber filled with ancient texts and scrolls. Her voice echoed as if from a great distance. If you're seeing this, my daughter, then I'm gone. And you found him. Your mate. The one the moon chose to stand beside you in what's coming. Tears streamed down my face as her image smiled sadly. Trust him, Arianeth. Trust the bond. Because what I've discovered, it's bigger than our pack, bigger than revenge, bigger than anything we could have imagined. The enemy isn't who we thought, and the only way to stop them is together. The light faded. I stood trembling in the great hall, the pendant warm against my palm, Cassius's hand still touching mine. And in the silence that followed, I realized everything I'd believed was wrong. The man I'd come here to kill might be the only person who could help me avenge my family. Cassius's silver eyes met mine, and I saw my own shock reflected there. Where? He asked quietly. Where did she hide the archive? I opened my mouth to answer, and that's when the windows exploded inward in a shower of glass and flame. Chapter 3. Chaos erupted in the span of a heartbeat. Glass shattered across the stone floor like deadly rain. Flames roared through the broken windows, catching on tapestries and wooden beams with terrifying speed. And through the smoke and fire, they came. Wolves, but not like any I'd ever seen. They moved with unnatural coordination, their eyes glowing an eerie red that had nothing to do with reflected firelight. Their fur was matted and dark, and they smelled wrong, like decay and corruption and something else I couldn't name. Corrupted. Cassius's voice cut through the chaos. Defensive positions. Protect the keeper's seal. His inner circle moved with practiced efficiency, shifting mid-stride into their wolf forms. The gray-haired advisor became a massive silver wolf that placed herself between me and the nearest threat. Darren's scar was even more pronounced in his wolf form as he lunged at an attacker trying to break through the left flank. But there were too many of them. They poured through the windows like a dark tide, their movements jerky and wrong, as if they were puppets being controlled by invisible strings. Cassius shifted beside me, his transformation fluid and devastating. His wolf was enormous, black as midnight with those same silver eyes that seemed to glow with their own light. He radiated power, dominance, the unmistakable presence of an alpha in his prime. And every instinct in my body screamed to shift, to fight beside him, to protect what the bond insisted was mine. I tried to call my wolf forward, but pain exploded through my injured shoulder, sending me to my knees. The wound had reopened during the commotion, blood soaking through the makeshift bandage and dripping onto the stone floor. One of the corrupted wolves saw my weakness and lunged. I rolled sideways, barely avoiding teeth that snapped shut where my throat had been a second before. My hand found a piece of broken glass, sharp, substantial, and I drove it into the creature's side without hesitation. It didn't even slow down. The corrupted wolf twisted, its red eyes locked on me with single-minded hunger. Up close, I could see that something was fundamentally wrong with it. Its movements were too fast, too aggressive, and beneath its fur, I could see dark veins spreading like poison through its body. This wasn't just a rogue wolf. This was something else entirely. A massive black shape slammed into my attacker, sending it crashing into the wall with enough force to crack stone. Cassius stood over me, his wolf form trembling with barely controlled rage, a low growl rumbling from his chest that made my bones vibrate. Mine. The word echoed through our bond with possessive fury. Mine to protect. More corrupted wolves flooded through the broken windows. 10, 15, 20. They kept coming, wave after wave, their red eyes fixed on a single target. Me. No, not me. The pendant. I could see it now, the way their gazes tracked the silver crescent moon still clutched in my hand. They weren't here for carnage or territory. They were here for what my mother had left me. Cassius. I shouted over the sounds of battle. They want the seal. They're after the archive. His silver eyes met mine, understanding flashing across his wolf's face. He shifted back to human form in a blur of motion, his voice carrying the weight of Alpha command. Fall back to the inner sanctum. Now, his wolves obeyed instantly, creating a protective corridor through the chaos. Cassius grabbed my uninjured arm, pulling me to my feet despite my protests. I can fight. You can barely stand. His voice was harsh but not unkind. And if they get that seal, everything your mother died protecting is lost. He was right, and I hated it. We ran. Through corridors I didn't recognize, down stone staircases that spiraled deeper into the mountain, past defensive positions where more of Cassius's pack held the line against the seemingly endless tide of corrupted wolves. The sounds of battle echoed through the keep. Snarls, screams, the clash of bodies, and the crackle of spreading fire. This wasn't just an attack. It was an invasion, coordinated, planned, and it had started the moment the pendant revealed its secret. How many entrances does this place have? I gasped as we rounded another corner. Too many. Cassius's jaw was tight with frustration. The keep was built for defense against traditional attacks. Multiple escape routes, hidden passages, tactical advantages for defenders. But whoever planned this knew our layout. They're hitting every weak point simultaneously. Inside information, I said, and saw his expression darken. Possibly. We reached a heavy iron door carved with the same protective runes I'd seen on ancient pact boundaries. Cassius pressed his palm against it, and I felt a surge of power as the wards recognized him. The door swung open silently, revealing a chamber that took my breath away. The inner sanctum was smaller than the great hall, but infinitely more beautiful. Walls lined with books and scrolls, a circular skylight that let moonlight stream in like liquid silver, and in the center, an altar carved from a single piece of white stone, etched with symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Cassius's remaining inner circle filed in behind us, 5 wolves, all injured but still standing. Darian sealed the door, his expression grim. That won't hold them long, he said. Maybe 10 minutes if we're lucky. Then we work fast. Cassius turned to me, his silver eyes intense. The seal. Your mother said you'd know how to use it when the time came. Did she tell you anything? Leave any instructions? I shook my head, frustration building in my chest. Just the vision. Just her saying to trust the bond, and that the archive held answers. The bond. The gray-haired advisor, still in human form now, blood matting her silver hair, stepped forward. Alpha. The keeper seals were designed to be activated by bloodline and bond. That's why they were always kept within mated pairs. 1 key, 2 halves. Cassius's gaze snapped to me, understanding dawning. Your mother didn't just leave you the seal. She left you the first half. I'm supposed to have the second, but you don't have. No. He moved to the altar, pressing his hand against a specific section of the stone. Another surge of power, and a hidden compartment opened, revealing a small silver box. But my father did. He opened the box with careful reverence, and inside was another pendant. This one shaped like a sun, the perfect complement to my crescent moon. The ancient pacts believed in balance, Cassius said quietly, lifting the sun pendant. Moon and sun, dark and light, alpha and mate, two halves of a whole, stronger together than apart. He held out his hand to me. I stared at it, understanding what he was asking. What this meant. The bond between us was already active, already pulling us together with undeniable force. But this would be different. This would be choosing the bond, accepting it, activating whatever power our combined seals held. And there was no guarantee what that would do to us. Arianeth. My name and his voice still sent shivers down my spine. I know you have every reason not to trust me. I know what you saw, what you believed, and I know that 3 days isn't enough time to erase that pain. But right now, at this moment, we're out of options. He was right. The corrupted wolves were battering at the door, their inhuman snarls growing louder with each passing second. The keep was burning above us, and whatever my mother had discovered, whatever truth she died protecting, it was worth more than my pride, more than my grief, more than my fear of what accepting this bond might cost me. I took his hand. The moment our skin touched, the pendants blazed with light, gold and silver twining together like living things. The bond between us roared to life, no longer a gentle pull, but a raging current that swept through every cell of my body. I gasped as power flooded through me. Not just Cassius's strength, though I could feel that too, his alpha dominance, his years of training and battle experience, but something older, something that had nothing to do with either of us individually. The combined power of our bloodlines, Valen and Thornbreaker, Moon and Sun, two ancient lines that hadn't been joined in over 5 generations, awakening something that had been dormant for a century. The light from our pendants converged on the altar, and the white stone began to glow. Symbols I couldn't read before suddenly made perfect sense, as if knowledge was being downloaded directly into my mind. The archive of shadows, I whispered, the words coming from somewhere beyond my own understanding. Hidden in the places between, where moonlight touches stone and secrets wait for those brave enough to seek truth. Cassius's eyes widened. You know where it is. I can see it. And I could, a vision overlaying reality, showing me a path through the mountains, a cave entrance marked with the same protective runes, a chamber deep underground where my mother had hidden everything she discovered. It's 3 days' journey north, in the Shattered Peaks where no pack claims territory. The neutral zone, Darian said grimly. Dangerous even without corrupted wolves hunting us, but defensible, the gray-haired advisor added, if we can reach it before they do. A massive impact shook the iron door, sending cracked spiderwebbing through the metal. We were out of time. Cassius's hand tightened on mine. Can you run? I wanted to say yes. Wanted to be strong, capable, the kind of mate an alpha could rely on. But my shoulder was screaming with pain, blood still seeping through the bandage, and I could feel my body's reserves running dangerously low. I can try. Not good enough. Before I could protest, Cassius had swept me into his arms, cradling me against his chest with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with his warrior's strength. Darian, you're with me. The rest of you, buy us time and then scatter. Rendezvous at the northern safe house in 3 days. Alpha, one of the wolves started to protest. That's an order. Cassius's voice carried absolute authority. The seal is all that matters now. Everything else is secondary. The door exploded inward. Corrupted wolves poured through the opening like a dark flood, their red eyes gleaming with mindless hunger. Cassius's wolves shifted and charged to meet them, their howls of defiance echoing through the chamber. Hold on, Cassius said, and then he was moving, not toward the battle, but away from it, toward a section of wall that looked solid, until he pressed the sun pendant against it. Another hidden passage revealed itself, this one leading down into darkness. We plunged into the tunnel, leaving the sounds of battle behind. The passage was narrow, clearly designed for emergency escapes, and I could feel Cassius's power channeling through the bond as he used his alpha senses to navigate in near-total darkness. Behind us, the sounds of fighting grew distant but not quiet enough. I could still hear snarls, still smell blood, still feel the terror of knowing wolves were dying to buy us time. Darian, I said quietly, the others, they'll do their duty. Cassius's voice was tight with controlled emotion. And if the moon is merciful, they'll survive to tell the story. But right now, the only thing that matters is getting you to that archive. Me. You're the Alpha. You're the one who... You're the keeper, he interrupted. Your bloodline. Your mother's legacy. The seal responds to you, Arianeth. I'm just the lock it needs to open. The way he said it made something twist in my chest, as if he saw himself as nothing more than a tool, a means to an end. The bond flared with my emotions, and I felt his surprise at the concern flowing through our connection. I didn't mean, he started. Later, I forced myself to focus despite the pain and exhaustion pulling at me. Right now, we are running. We survive. We get to the archive. And then we find out what your mother died protecting, Cassius finished. And we made damn sure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. The tunnel opened into a natural cave system, and I realized we descended deep into the mountain's roots. Water dripped from stalactites, and the air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of minerals and ancient stone. Cassius set me down gently, checking our surroundings with practiced efficiency. We're below the keep now. There are 3 exits from this cave system: north, east, and west. They'll expect us to go north toward the archive, so we'll go east first, double back through the forest, and approach from a direction they won't anticipate. You've done this before, I said. It wasn't a question. Every Alpha has escape routes. His silver eyes met mine in the dim light filtering from cracks above. The question is whether you know yours well enough to use them when it matters. Before I could respond, a howl echoed through the tunnels behind us. Not the corrupted wolves' unnatural snarls. A true wolf song. Clear. Purposeful. A warning. Darian emerged from the darkness, shifted back to human form, his expression grim. They're in the tunnels. All 3 exits are being watched. We're trapped. Cassius's jaw tightened. How many? At least 30 that I saw. Maybe more. They're coordinating. Alpha. Someone's directing them, giving them orders. This isn't random hunting. It's a siege. The word hung in the air like a death sentence. We were underground, cut off from the rest of the pack, surrounded by an enemy that didn't tire, didn't retreat, and didn't stop. Options, Cassius said quietly. Fight our way out, Darian offered. 3 of us. Element of surprise. Arianeth is injured, Cassius cut him off. She can't fight at full strength, and I won't risk her in direct combat if there's another way. Then what? I demanded, frustrated by being discussed like a liability. We can't stay here. We can't fight. We can't run. So what's left? Cassius looked at me for a long moment, something shifting in his silver eyes. We complete the bond, he said quietly. The world seemed to stop. What? The mate bond. His voice was steady, but I could feel turbulent emotions through our connection. We've activated the seals, but we haven't fully accepted each other. The bond is there, but it's not complete. Darian's eyes widened. Alpha, you can't be serious. A full bonding takes hours, leaves you both vulnerable. It also grants access to combined strength, Cassius interrupted. Shared senses, doubled healing rate, and most importantly, it would let Arianeth draw on my power to compensate for her injuries. You're talking about a permanent binding, I said, my heart hammering. Not just accepting the mate bond, but completing it. The kind that can't be undone. The kind that means forever, Cassius finished. Yes, I know what I'm asking. You barely know me. I know enough. His hand found mine, his thumb brushing over my knuckles with unexpected tenderness. I know you're brave enough to walk into your enemy's stronghold demanding answers. I know you're loyal enough to risk everything for your mother's last request. I know the moon chose you for me, and I'm beginning to understand why. The bond hummed between us, resonating with the truth in his words. And I know, he continued quietly, that if we're going to survive what's coming, if we're going to find that archive and stop whoever's behind these massacres, we're going to need every advantage we can get. He was right. I hated that he was right. But looking into his silver eyes, feeling the bond pulling us together with undeniable certainty, sensing the corrupted wolves closing in from all sides. What choice did I have? Trust the bond. That's what my mother had said. What she'd asked me to do. Okay, I whispered. Tell me what I need to do. Cassius's expression shifted. Relief, determination, and something that looked almost like reverence. The ancient way, he said. Blood to blood. Soul to soul. A vow spoken under moonlight that binds us together across all lifetimes. He tilted his head back, and through the cracks in the cave ceiling above, I could see pale moonlight filtering down. Not much, just a sliver, but enough. Enough for the moon to witness what we were about to do. Cassius drew a small blade from his belt, silver, etched with runes, and made a shallow cut across his palm. Blood welled, dark in the dim light. Then he offered me the blade. My hand trembled as I took it, not from fear of pain, but from the enormity of what this meant. One cut, and there would be no going back. One vow, and my life would be bound to his for as long as we both lived. One choice, made in a cave beneath a burning keep while enemies closed in from all sides. I pressed the blade to my palm and drew it across in one smooth motion. Blood met blood as Cassius clasped my hand in his, and the bond ignited. Chapter 4. Power surged through me like lightning striking water. Cassius's silver eyes blazed with ethereal light as his hand tightened around mine, our mingled blood glowing where it dripped onto the stone floor. The bond between us, that golden thread that had been pulling us together since the moment we'd first locked eyes, suddenly became something tangible. I could feel it wrapping around my heart, my soul, sinking into every cell of my body with an intensity that stole my breath. "Repeat after me," Cassius said, his voice resonating with an ancient power that made the air shimmer. "Under the light of the moon, I offer my blood." "Under the light of the moon," I whispered, "I offer my blood." The moonlight filtering through the cracks above intensified, as if the moon herself was leaning closer to witness what we were doing. "Under the watch of the stars, I offer my soul." "Under the watch of the stars, I offer my soul." My wolf rose within me, no longer fighting against the bond, but embracing it, howling with joy as she recognized her mate, her other half, the one she'd been searching for. "Under the ancient laws of our kind," Cassius continued, his eyes never leaving mine, "I bind myself to you. Your pain is my pain. Your strength is my strength. Your life is my life. From this moment until the stars fall from the sky." The words carved themselves into my very being as I repeated them, each syllable feeling like a vow written in starlight and shadow. From this moment until the stars fall from the sky. The cave suddenly felt too small to contain what was happening between us. Energy crackled in the air, and I could see Darian backing away, his expression awed and wary. "I accept you as my mate," Cassius said, his voice dropping to something raw and reverent. "As my equal, as my partner in all things. Let no force in this world or the next separate what the moon has joined." "I accept you as my mate," I breathed. "As my equal, as my partner in all things. Let no force in this world or the next separate what the moon has joined." The moment the final word left my lips, the world exploded. Not literally, though it felt like it might. Every sense I possessed amplified 100-fold. I could hear Darian's heartbeat from across the cave, could smell the mineral composition of the water dripping from the stalactites, could feel the vibrations of footsteps from corrupted wolves still searching the tunnels far above us. But more than that, I could feel Cassius, not just through the bond, but as if we'd become two halves of the same being. His strength flooded into me, knitting together torn muscles in my shoulder, accelerating my healing at an impossible rate. His memories flickered at the edges of my consciousness, not invasive, but there, available if I wanted to reach for them. And I could feel his emotions, all of them, the fierce protectiveness that made him want to shield me from every threat, the guilt he carried for not reaching my pack in time to save them, the awe he felt at having a mate who challenged him, who stood up to him, who refused to be anything less than his equal. And beneath it all, love, not the gentle, gradual kind that grew over years of courtship, but the consuming, inevitable kind that the bond created. The kind that said, "You are mine, and I am yours, and nothing in this world will change that." My knees buckled. Cassius caught me immediately, his arms strong and steady as he held me against his chest. I could hear his heart thundering beneath my ear. I could feel the tremors running through his powerful frame. The bonding had affected him just as intensely. Moon's mercy. Darian breathed from somewhere behind us. I've never seen. Alpha, your eyes. There. I know. Cassius's voice was rough, deeper than before, resonating with layered harmonics that spoke of combined power. The full bond. It's been over a century since a Thornbreaker Alpha completed one. I pulled back enough to look at him, and my breath caught. His silver eyes were now flecked with gold, my color woven into his like precious metal threaded through moonlight. And when I caught my reflection in a puddle of water nearby, I saw that my own brown eyes now carried streaks of liquid silver. We'd marked each other, changed each other, become something more than what we'd been separately. How do you feel? Cassius asked quietly, his hand cupping my face with a gentleness that made my chest ache. Like I could run a marathon. I tested my shoulder, rotating it experimentally. The wound was still there. I could feel tender tissue knitting back together. But the screaming agony had faded to a dull throb. Like I could fight. Like I'm whole. That's the bond. His thumb traced my cheekbone, and I felt the touch echo through our connection, amplified, intimate. You're drawing on my strength. And I'm... He paused, his expression shifting to something wondering. I'm drawing on your resilience, your determination. Moon above, Arianeth, you're fierce. Before I could respond, a howl echoed through the tunnels, closer than before, much closer. The moment of peace shattered, and Cassius's expression hardened back into the alpha mask I was beginning to recognize as his defense mechanism. Darian. Status. The scarred wolf had been watching the tunnel entrance, his body tense. They're converging on this position. I'd estimate 5 minutes before they breach our location. Maybe less. Then we move. Cassius helped me to my feet, his hand steady on my arm. The east exit. We break through whatever's waiting there and don't stop running until we're clear of the mountain. There are at least 10 corrupted wolves watching that passage, Darian protested. 3 of us against 10 of them. We're not 3 anymore. Cassius's eyes met mine, and I felt his certainty through the bond. We're 2 mated alphas with a completed bond. That changes the math considerably. I'm not an alpha, I said automatically. You're the last of the Valen bloodline. Your mother was an alpha, your grandmother before her. The power is in your veins, Arianeth. You just haven't learned to access it yet. Cassius's hand found mine, our fingers interlacing with natural ease. But through the bond, you can channel mine, and I can help you awaken yours. The idea was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. I'd never wanted to be an alpha, had never sought power or leadership. I'd been content to live quietly, to honor my family's legacy without trying to expand it. But my family was gone, and someone needed to answer for that. Show me, I said, meeting Cassius's silver and gold eyes. Show me how to fight like an alpha. Something fierce and proud flashed across his face. Then his hand tightened on mine, and I felt a power surge through our bond, not forcing itself into me, but offering itself, waiting for me to reach out and claim it. I did. The transformation was instantaneous. My wolf exploded to the surface, but this time the shift was different. Faster, smoother. And when I settled into my 4-legged form, I realized I was larger than I'd been before. Not as massive as Cassius's alpha wolf, but bigger than any normal female shifter. Stronger, more powerful. My fur was still the same dark auburn, but now silver streaks ran through it like veins of precious metal. And my eyes, I could see their reflection in the water, blazed with golden light threaded with silver. Beautiful. Cassius's voice echoed in my mind, and I realized with shock that I could hear his thoughts. You're absolutely beautiful. The mental connection was another gift of the completed bond. We could communicate silently, share thoughts and emotions and strategies without speaking a word. It would be invaluable in battle. Can you hear me? I thought back, testing the connection. Every word. His mental voice carried warmth and something that felt like relief. And I can feel your location even when you're out of sight. You'll never be lost to me, Arianeth, no matter how far you run or how dark it gets. The intimacy of that promise made my heart clench. Darian shifted beside us, his wolf form scarred but formidable. Alpha, they're coming. We need to move. Cassius's massive black wolf turned toward the east tunnel, his posture radiating lethal intent. Stay close to me. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Our goal is to break through, not to win a battle we don't need to fight. And if they don't give us a choice, I asked. His silver eyes met mine. Then we show them what happens when you threaten a mated pair. We ran, through winding tunnels that opened into natural caverns, across underground streams that soaked our paws, past formations of crystal that glittered in the dim light filtering from above. Cassius led with the sure-footed confidence of someone who knew these passages intimately, and through our bond, I could sense his awareness of every turn, every potential threat, every exit route. The corrupted wolves' howls grew louder, echoing off stone walls until it was impossible to tell how many there were or which direction they were coming from. Ahead, Darian warned, the east exit, and they're waiting. We rounded a corner and found ourselves facing exactly what he described. 10 corrupted wolves stood between us and freedom, their red eyes glowing in the darkness, their bodies radiating that wrong, poisoned energy I'd sensed before. They were positioned strategically, blocking the narrow tunnel exit, leaving us no room to maneuver around them. They wanted a fight. On my signal, Cassius's voice rang through my mind with alpha authority. Darian, you take the left flank. Arianeth, stay behind me. If any get past, you defend our rear. I can fight, I protested. I know you can. His mental tone softened. But you're still healing, and I'm not risking you until I have to. Trust me, mate. Let me protect you. The word mate echoed through our bond with layers of meaning. Not just possession, but partnership. Not just protection, but mutual care. Before I could argue further, Cassius charged. He moved like violence incarnate, his massive wolf form crashing into the corrupted line with enough force to send 2 of them flying. His jaws closed around a third's throat, tearing and releasing in a spray of dark blood that smelled wrong, tainted. Darian was right behind him, his smaller but more agile form darting between opponents, targeting joints and tendons with surgical precision. The corrupted wolves fought back with mindless ferocity, their red eyes never blinking, their movements coordinated in a way that confirmed someone was directing them. I held position as ordered, my wolf every instinct screaming to join the fray, to fight beside my mate rather than watch him risk himself. Then one of the corrupted wolves broke through Cassius's defense. It came straight at me, foam flecking its muzzle, those red eyes locked on my throat with singular focus. Time slowed. I could see every detail, the way its muscles bunched for the killing lunge, the angle of its trajectory, the dark veins pulsing beneath its matted fur. And something inside me awakened. The power I'd been channeling from Cassius suddenly wasn't enough. My own strength rose to meet it, amplifying rather than replacing, until I felt like I might explode from the sheer force of it. My wolf moved on instinct. I didn't dodge, didn't retreat. I met the attack head-on, my jaws closing around the corrupted wolf's throat with crushing force. Bone splintered. The creature's momentum carried us both to the ground, but I didn't let go, pouring every ounce of newfound alpha power into the bite. The corrupted wolf thrashed once, twice, and then went still. I released it, my chest heaving, adrenaline singing through my veins. Moon's mercy. Cassius's voice was filled with awe and pride. You just awakened your alpha dominance. I looked down at my paws and saw them glowing faintly with golden light, the physical manifestation of power I had known I possessed. The remaining corrupted wolves seemed to sense the change, their red eyes fixed on me with new wariness, and I realized what they were seeing. Not prey, not a wounded refugee, an alpha female, mated and bonded, defending her territory. Together, I said through our bond, moving to stand beside Cassius. We in this together. He didn't argue. We charged as one, our movements synchronized through the bond in a way that made us devastating. Where Cassius created openings, I exploited them. Where I drew attention, he delivered killing strikes. Darian worked the edges, preventing any from escaping or calling for reinforcement. The fight was brutal and swift. When the last corrupted wolf fell, I stood trembling amid the carnage, my white fur splattered with dark blood, my heart racing with a mixture of triumph and horror. I'd been killed multiple times, without hesitation, and part of me, the part that had awakened during the fight, had enjoyed it. That's the alpha in you, Cassius said gently, his massive form pressing against mine in comfort. The part that understands sometimes violence is necessary to protect what matters. Does it ever get easier? I asked. The killing? No, and pray it never does. His mental voice was somber. The day it becomes easy is the day we lose our humanity. Alpha. Darian's rough voice broke through our mental conversation. He'd shifted back to human form, his expression urgent. More are coming. We need to move. Now. Cassius shifted as well, his transformation flowing like water. I followed suit, grateful for the clothes that had somehow survived the bonding and the battle, another gift of pack magic. How many? Cassius asked. Too many to count. They're flooding the entire tunnel system. Darian's scarred face was grim. Whatever's controlling them wants that seal badly enough to throw endless numbers at us. Then we give them what they want. Cassius's silver and gold eyes met mine. Or rather, we let them think we're giving them what they want. Understanding dawned. A decoy. Exactly. He pulled the sun pendant from around his neck, holding it up to catch the faint light. This seal only works in combination with yours. Separately, they're just jewelry. We send this one in a different direction and they split their forces chasing it, I finished, giving us a clear path north. It's risky, Darian warned. If they catch whoever's carrying the decoy. I'll carry it. Cassius's tone brooked no argument. Arianeth goes north with the real seal. I lead them east, then double back and rendezvous at the northern safe house. No, the word came out more forcefully than I'd intended. Absolutely not. We just completed the bond. If they catch you, I'll feel it. Feel you dying. You can't ask me to. I'm not asking. His hand cupped my face, his touch gentle despite the steel in his voice. I'm the Alpha, Arianeth. Protecting my pack, protecting my mate, is my responsibility. And right now, that seal is the only thing standing between every pack in these mountains and total annihilation. Then we go together. I grabbed his wrist, holding on tight. We're bonded now. We're supposed to be stronger together. You said it yourself. And we are. Which is why I need you to be strong enough to let me do this. His thumb brushed away a tear I hadn't realized had fallen. 3 days, Arianeth. Get to the archive. Find what your mother hid. And trust that I'll find my way back to you. Through our bond, I could feel his certainty, his determination, his absolute conviction that this was the right choice. I could also feel his fear. Not for himself, but for me. Fear that if we stayed together, I'd be the one who paid the price for his mistakes. I hate this, I whispered. I know. He pressed his forehead to mine, and for just a moment, we weren't alpha and mate, warrior and newly awakened. We were just two people bound together by fate, trying to survive an impossible situation. But it's the only way. A howl echoed through the tunnels, so close it raised the hair on the back of my neck. Go, Cassius said, stepping back. Darian will get you to the northern border. From there, you follow the vision the seal gave you. And Arianeth, his silver and gold eyes blazed with intensity. Stay alive, because I swear on my alpha blood, I will find you again. Before I could respond, he'd shifted and was gone, his black wolf form disappearing into the eastern tunnel with the sun pendant around his neck. The corrupted wolf's howls changed pitch, becoming eager, focused. They'd taken the bait. Come on, Darian said quietly, his hand on my arm. We need to use the time he's buying us. I wanted to chase after Cassius, wanted to fight beside him, to make sure he survived, to refuse to be separated when we'd only just found each other. But through our bond, I could feel his wordless plea. Trust me. Trust the bond. Trust that the moon wouldn't be so cruel as to bring us together only to tear us apart. I turned north, Darian at my side, and started running. And with every step, I felt the distance growing between me and my mate, felt the bond stretching thin but not breaking, felt the ache of separation that came from being torn from someone who'd become essential to my existence. 3 days, he'd said. 3 days to find the archive, uncover my mother's secrets, and learn what enemy we were truly facing. 3 days until I could see him again. 3 days to pray that the bond was strong enough to keep us both alive. Chapter 5. The forest changed as we moved north. Gone were the familiar pines and oak trees of Thornbreaker territory. In their place rose ancient cedars so massive that 3 people couldn't have wrapped their arms around their trunks, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even midday sunlight barely penetrated. This was the border region, the neutral zone where no pack claimed dominion. And there was a reason for that. "Stay close," Darian murmured, his eyes scanning the shadows with the wariness of someone who'd traveled these paths before. The neutral zone tolerates no one. Not pack wolves, not rogues, not even humans who wander too far from their settlements. "What's so dangerous here?" I asked, though part of me wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "Old things." His scarred face was grim in the filtered light. "Things that existed before packs, before the moon made her covenant with our kind. They don't attack without provocation, but they don't distinguish between friend and foe either. We're all just trespassers in their domain." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. We'd been traveling for 6 hours since leaving the caves, moving at a punishing pace that my newly awakened alpha strength barely allowed me to maintain. The bond between Cassius and me stretched thin like a golden thread across the distance, but it held steady, a constant reassurance that he was still alive, still moving, still leading the corrupted wolves away from our trail. I could feel his exhaustion through our connection, the burn in his muscles from maintaining wolf form for so long, the sharp focus required to stay ahead of pursuers who never seemed to tire. "I'm fine," his mental voice had assured me the last time I'd reached out. "Focus on your own survival. I'll handle mine." Easier said than done when every instinct in my newly bonded soul screamed at me to turn around, to go back, to fight beside him instead of running away. "We need to rest," Darian said, breaking into my spiraling thoughts. "You're swaying on your feet, and we can't afford mistakes in this terrain." "I'm fine." "You're dead on your feet and trying to maintain a mental connection across 50 miles of wilderness." His tone was gentle but firm. "Even an alpha has limits, Arianeth, and you only awakened yours a few hours ago. Your body needs time to adjust." He was right, though I hated admitting it. We found shelter in a hollow formed by 3 massive trees whose roots had grown together, creating a natural cave-like space. Darian set up a small camp with practiced efficiency. No fire, just dried rations and water from a nearby stream that ran so clear I could see individual pebbles on the bottom. I settled against the rough bark, my body grateful for the rest, even as my mind continued racing. "Tell me about him," I said quietly. "About Cassius. You've served him for a long time, haven't you?" Darian glanced up from where he was checking his weapons, surprise flickering across his scarred features. 5 years. Since just after his father died, he took the alpha position. He was young for that, wasn't he? 23. Most alphas don't take power until their 30s, when they've had time to establish themselves, build alliances, and prove their strength. Darian's expression grew distant. But Cassius didn't have a choice. His father was killed in a territorial dispute that never should have escalated, and the pack needed stability. I needed someone strong enough to hold everything together. "What happened?" I asked, though part of me dreaded the answer. "An ambush during peace negotiations." Darian's jaw tightened. Alpha Tauren, Cassius's father, had agreed to meet with a neighboring pack to settle a border disagreement. Standard procedure. But someone leaked the location to a group of rogues who wanted to destabilize the region. They attacked during the meeting, killed everyone present except one witness who managed to escape and bring word back to the keep. My chest tightened with sympathetic pain. Cassius lost his father in an ambush, just like I lost my pack. Worse in some ways. Darian met my eyes, because Cassius was supposed to be at that meeting. His father had ordered him to stay behind at the last minute, saying he needed someone to oversee the keep's defenses while the alpha was away. Cassius has spent the last 5 years wondering if his father knew something was wrong, if he deliberately kept his son safe while walking into a trap. The pieces clicked into place with painful clarity. That's why Cassius had reacted so strongly when my pack was attacked. Why he tried so desperately to intervene, to save people he'd never met. He'd been trying to prevent someone else from experiencing the same helplessness he'd felt when his father died. He blames himself, I said quietly, for not being there, for surviving when his father didn't. Every day. Darian's voice was heavy with shared grief. And then, when he became Alpha, he made a vow. No pack under his protection would suffer the same fate. No ambush would go unanswered. No death would be meaningless. That's why he started investigating the disappearances, I realized. When those 12 packs went silent, he wasn't just concerned about political stability or territorial security. He was trying to stop another massacre before it could happen. And your mother? Darian paused, choosing his words carefully. She was the first person to take his concerns seriously. Every other Alpha dismissed the pattern, said it was coincidence or natural pack attrition. But she came to him with her own research, her own evidence, and for the first time since his father's death, Cassius had an ally who understood. Tears burned behind my eyes. My mother had always been perceptive, always able to see patterns others missed. Of course, she would have noticed when packs started disappearing. Of course, she would have investigated. And of course, that investigation had gotten her killed. She trusted him, I said, my voice thick with emotion. Even knowing the risks, even with everything at stake, she trusted Cassius enough to share what she'd found. She did. Darian's scarred face softened, and he's carried the weight of failing her ever since. When your pack was attacked and we arrived too late to stop it, I've never seen him like that. The guilt, the rage, the absolute fury at himself for not being fast enough, strong enough, smart enough to save the people who mattered. Through our bond, I could feel Cassius's emotions as a constant undercurrent. That same guilt Darian was describing, mixed with fierce determination and the steady burn of protective instinct that seemed to define him. He would have saved us if he could, I whispered, the truth of it settling into my bones. That night, when I saw him at the border, when I thought he'd ordered the attack, he was actually trying to stop it. And failing. Darian's voice was gentle. For someone like Cassius, someone who's built his entire identity around protecting his pack, never being helpless again, that failure nearly destroyed him. Until the bond snapped into place. Until the bond gave him a reason to keep fighting. Darian met my eyes. You saved him, Arianeth. Not just by accepting the bond, but by giving him a purpose beyond guilt. A future beyond grief. The weight of that responsibility settled over me like a mantle. I wasn't just Cassius's mate. I was his redemption, his second chance, his proof that the moon hadn't abandoned him despite all the ways he felt he'd failed. No pressure, I muttered, wiping my eyes. Darian's lips quivered in something almost like a smile. Welcome to being an Alpha's mate. Nothing about it is easy. Before I could respond, a sound cut through the forest, distant but unmistakable. Howling. Not the corrupted wolves' unnatural snarls. These were clear, purposeful, the kind of coordinated calls that spoke of organized pursuit. They've picked up our trail, Darian said, already on his feet. We need to move. Now. But we just stopped. And if we don't keep moving, we'll never make it to the archive. He was already breaking down our minimal camp. Can you run? My body screamed in protest at the thought, but I forced myself to stand. Do I have a choice? Not if you want to live. We ran. Through ancient forests that seemed to close in around us, over streams swollen with snowmelt, across clearings carpeted with moss that muffled our footsteps. The howls followed, never quite catching up but never falling behind either. Whoever was tracking us knew these woods, and they were hurting us. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Darian, stop. What? No, we need to keep. They're driving us towards something. I grabbed his arm, forcing him to halt. Listen, the howls are always behind us, always pushing us north and west. They're not trying to catch us. They're trying to make us run in a specific direction. Darian's expression darkened as understanding dawned. A trap, or a kill zone. Either way, we keep going in this direction. We're walking into exactly what they want. So what do you suggest? We can't fight them all and we can't outrun them forever. I closed my eyes, reaching for the connection to Cassius. The bond stretched thin across the distance, But it was there, a golden thread of warmth and strength and absolute certainty that he would never abandon me. I need your strength. I called through our mental link. I need to see what you would see, think what you would think. His response was immediate, power flooding through our bond like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Not just his physical strength, but his tactical mind, his years of experience, his alpha's instinct for reading terrain and predicting enemy movements. And suddenly I could see it. The pattern, the trap. They're pushing us toward the old quarry, I said, my eyes snapping open. There's a depression in the land about 2 miles northwest of here. I can see it through Cassius's memories. Steep walls on 3 sides, only one way in or out. Perfect ambush point. Moon's mercy. Darian's face paled. You're accessing his memories? That level of bonding usually takes years to develop. We don't have years. I was already moving, angling our path east instead of continuing northwest. And whoever's hunting us doesn't know we can communicate across distance. That's our advantage. If they catch us changing direction, then we fight. The words came out with more confidence than I felt, but through the bond, I could sense Cassius's approval. His pride, his absolute faith that I could survive whatever came next. We changed course, moving as quietly as possible through the dense undergrowth. The howls continued behind us, still pushing northwest, not yet aware that their prey had broken the pattern. We bought ourselves maybe 20 minutes before they realized we'd slipped the net. The forest grew darker as we moved deeper into the neutral zone, the ancient trees blocking out more and more light until we were running through perpetual twilight. Strange sounds echoed through the woods, calls that weren't quite bird song, movement that was too large for deer but too deliberate for predators. The old things Darian had warned about. And they were watching us. Don't make eye contact, Darian whispered. Don't acknowledge them. As long as we're just passing through, they'll leave us alone. A shadow moved between the trees to our left, something massive and vaguely humanoid, but wrong in ways my mind couldn't quite process. I kept my eyes forward, my breathing steady, every instinct screaming at me to run. But running would mark us as prey, and prey didn't survive in the neutral zone. The shadow watched us pass, then faded back into the darkness without a sound. What was that? I breathed once we'd put some distance between ourselves and the creature. A guardian, one of the ancient spirits that protect this territory. Darian's voice was tight with barely controlled fear. They were here before Pax, before the Moon's covenant. They remember a time when shifters were hunted, when we were the ones hiding in shadows and praying to survive the night. And they just let us pass. We're not a threat. Not to them, anyway. We're just 2 wolves trying to reach the northern border. He glanced back the way we'd come. But the ones chasing us? If they follow us this deep into the neutral zone, the guardians might not be so tolerant. It was a grim thought, but potentially useful. We could use the neutral zone's protections against our pursuers. As if summoned by my thoughts, the howls erupted again, closer now, angrier. They'd realized we'd broken free of their net, and they were not happy about it. Run, Darian said simply. We exploded into motion, abandoning stealth for speed. Behind us, I could hear crashing through the undergrowth as our pursuers gave up on subtlety and went for direct pursuit. I reached for the bond, for Cassius's strength, and felt his power surge through me. My legs pumped harder, my lungs expanded to draw in more air. My vision sharpened until I could see individual leaves on branches rushing past. I'm with you. Cassius's mental voice wrapped around me like an embrace. Whatever happens, you're not alone. The forest opened suddenly into a clearing, and I skidded to a halt. Because standing in the center, bathed in moonlight that shouldn't have been able to penetrate the thick canopy, was a woman. Or something that looked like a woman. She was tall, impossibly beautiful, with silver hair that moved as if underwater and eyes that glowed with the same eerie light I'd seen in the corrupted wolves. But where their gaze spoke of mindless hunger, hers radiated ancient intelligence. Trespassers, she said, her voice echoing with harmonics that made my bones ache. You bring hunters into the sacred grounds. You disturb the balance. You must answer for this transgression. Darian dropped to one knee immediately, his head bowed. Great One, we seek only passage. We mean no disrespect. You bring corruption to my forest. Her eyes fixed on me, and I felt power pressed down like an invisible weight. The female carries a tainted mark. Blood that does not belong. A bond that crosses forbidden lines. My hand instinctively moved to the pendant hidden beneath my shirt. I don't understand, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. What tainted mark? What forbidden lines? The woman, no, the guardian, moved closer, her feet not quite touching the ground. When she reached me, one luminous hand extended toward my chest. May I? She asked, and though it was phrased as a question, I sensed refusal wasn't really an option. I nodded, my heart hammering. Her fingers brushed the pendant, and light exploded from the contact, not gold this time, but silver threaded with something darker. Something that made the guardian's eyes widen with what might have been shock. Impossible, she breathed. The Keeper's seal has been bound. Not just activated, but merged with power that should not exist. Old magic and new, twisted together in ways that defy the natural order. I don't understand, I repeated, fear clawing at my throat. Your bond, the guardian said, her glowing eyes meeting mine. It is not natural. Something has interfered with the moon's design, woven additional threads into the tapestry of fate. You were meant to be mates, yes, but not like this. Not with this hunger driving you together. The words hit me like a physical blow. What are you saying? I'm saying someone has manipulated your bond, accelerated it, deepened it beyond what should be possible in mere days. The guardian's expression was grave, and in doing so they have created a weapon. A weapon for what? But before she could answer, the corrupted wolves burst into the clearing. A dozen of them, their red eyes blazing, foam flecking their muzzles as they surrounded us with mindless precision. The guardian's form shifted, her beauty melting into something terrible and ancient. You dare bring this filth into my domain? Her voice shook the trees, and the corrupted wolves actually hesitated, some primal instinct warning them they'd made a terrible mistake. Leave, the guardian commanded, or face the wrath of those who stood watch over these lands before your kind learned to walk upright. For a moment, I thought they might actually obey. Then one of them lunged at me, its jaws aiming for my throat with single-minded determination. The guardian moved like lightning, her hand closing around the corrupted wolf's neck. There was a sound like breaking glass, and the creature simply dissolved. Not dead, not fell, dissolved into shadow and smoke that dissipated on the wind. You choose poorly, the guardian said, her voice resonating with ancient power. And then the real battle began. Chapter 6. I'd seen wolves fight before. Territorial disputes, training exercises, even the desperate battle in Thornbreaker Keep as we'd fled from the corrupted horde. But this was something else entirely. The guardian moved like water given form, flowing between the corrupted wolves with impossible grace. When her hands touched, they didn't just die. They unmade, their physical forms dissolving back into whatever dark magic had animated them in the first place. It should have been beautiful. It was terrifying. Don't just stand there. Darian's voice snapped me back to reality. He'd shifted, his scarred wolf form engaging two of the corrupted that had broken away from the guardian's assault. We need to. His words cut off as one of the creatures caught him across the ribs, sending him crashing into a tree with enough force to crack bark. My wolf surged forward before I could think, the transformation flowing through me with the ease that came from the completed bond. I hit the corrupted wolf mid-lunge, my jaws closing around its throat as we rolled across the forest floor. It fought with mindless ferocity, claws raking across my side, teeth snapping for purchase. But I'd learned something in that tunnel battle, something my newly awakened alpha instincts understood on a fundamental level. These creatures weren't invincible. They could be killed. You just had to be willing to do it. I channeled Cassius's strength through our bond, feeling his power merge with my own until I didn't know where his abilities ended and mine began. The corrupted wolf struggles weakened, then stopped entirely as I crushed its windpipe with steady, relentless pressure. Good. Cassius's mental voice was tinged with both pride and concern. But don't overextend. You're still learning to manage that much power. A little busy right now. I shot back, releasing the dead wolf and spinning to face the next threat. The Guardian had dispatched most of the corrupted pack, her luminous form standing amid dissipating shadows where living creatures had been moments before. But 3 remained, and they'd focused their attention on a new target. Me, or more specifically, the pendant still glowing faintly beneath my fur. They came at me from 3 directions, coordinated despite their corrupted state. I tried to dodge, to use the agility Cassius's memories provided, but I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't experienced enough. One set of jaws closed around my hind leg, sending pain lancing through the bond, so sharply that I felt Cassius stumble 50 miles away. Arianeth, I'm fine, I started to say, but the lie died as another corrupted wolf barreled into my side, driving the air from my lungs. The world tilted, and suddenly, I was drowning in a sensation that wasn't mine. Through the bond, I could feel Cassius's absolute terror. Not for himself, he was fighting his own battle, leading corrupted wolves through treacherous mountain passes. But for me, the mate bond amplified everything we felt for each other, and his fear crashed over me like a physical wave. It nearly paralyzed me. Nearly. But beneath the fear, I felt something else. His unwavering faith that I would survive. His absolute certainty that I was strong enough, fierce enough, alpha enough to overcome this. And that faith, it ignited something in my chest. Power exploded outward from my core. Golden light that had nothing to do with Cassius's strength and everything to do with my own awakening dominance. The corrupted wolves attacking me were thrown backward as if struck by an invisible force. I rose to all fours, my fur now blazing with that same golden light, my eyes burning with an intensity that made even the Guardian pause. Interesting, she murmured. The weapon reveals itself. I didn't understand what she meant, and I didn't care. The 3 corrupted wolves circled me warily now, their red eyes flickering with something that might have been uncertainty. They could sense the change. I could feel the alpha power radiating from me in waves that spoke of bloodline and birthright, and a strength that ran deeper than muscle and bone. Show them what you are, Cassius's mental voice urged. Show them what it means to threaten an alpha's mate. I gathered every scrap of power I could access. Mine, Cassius's, the awakened dominance that came from accepting my heritage. And I let it loose. The howl that tore from my throat was nothing like the sounds I'd made before. It resonated with layers of authority, with the weight of generations, with the absolute certainty that I would not fall here. The corrupted wolves actually flinched. And in that moment of hesitation, I struck. The first went down to my claws, its throat open before it could react. The second tried to flee, but Darian, recovered now, brought it down with vicious efficiency. The third lunged at me in a desperate final attack. The Guardian's hand intercepted it mid-leap. There was that sound again, like breaking glass, and the corrupted wolf dissolved into shadow and smoke. Silence fell over the clearing, broken only by my ragged breathing and the distant sound of wind through ancient trees. I shifted back to human form, my body trembling from exertion and the after effects of channeling so much power. Blood seeped from the wounds on my side and leg, but they were already beginning to heal, accelerated by the bond and my own awakened abilities. You are stronger than expected, the Guardian said, her terrible beauty settling back into something more humanoid. But strength alone will not save you from what's coming. What do you mean? I managed, pressing a hand to my bleeding side. What's coming? The Guardian moved closer, her glowing eyes searching my face as if looking for something. You carry the Keeper's seal. You walk paths meant only for the dead, and you bear a bond that has been twisted into something it was never meant to be. You said that before. Darian stepped forward, his human form bloody but defiant. That our bond was manipulated. How was that even possible? The mate bond comes from the moon herself. The recognition comes from the moon, the Guardian corrected. The pull, the certainty that you found your other half. But the depth of that bond, the speed at which it forms, the power it grants. She shook her head slowly. That can be influenced by those who know the old magic. And someone has been very busy weaving additional threads into your fate. My blood turned to ice. Why? What would be the point of manipulating our bond? To create exactly what I see before me. The Guardian's expression was grave. An alpha female, newly awakened, bonded to one of the most powerful alphas in the region. Together, you wield strength that rivals the ancient packs. Strength that could unite the scattered territories or burn them all to ash. We're not trying to burn anything. Intent doesn't matter. Her interruption was gentle but firm. You are a weapon, child, whether you choose to be or not. And whoever manipulated your bond did. So knowing that you would become exactly what they needed. Needed for what? The Guardian's luminous eyes reflected something that looked like pity. For war. The word hung in the air like a curse. The disappearances, I said slowly, pieces clicking into a terrible place. The massacred packs. The corrupted wolves. Someone's been building towards something bigger than territorial disputes. Much bigger. The Guardian moved to the center of the clearing, her hand sweeping through the air. Moonlight coalesced into images, maps formed from pure light, showing the territories I recognized and others I'd never seen. 12 packs eliminated, she continued, pointing to locations that glowed with sickly red light. Not randomly chosen, but strategically targeted. Each one held territory that, when combined, forms a corridor cutting through the heart of the western ranges. I stared at the glowing map, my tactical mind, enhanced by my bond with Cassius, immediately seeing the pattern. A supply line, I breathed. They're creating a route that bypasses all major pack territories. A way to move forces without being detected. Or a way to divide the remaining packs, Darian added grimly. Cut them off from each other so they can't coordinate a defense. Both, the Guardian confirmed. And more. The corrupted wolves you've been fighting? They're not weapons. They're merely the builders of the weapon. I don't understand. The corruption you see, the red eyes, the mindless aggression, it's a disease. A sickness that spreads through blood and bite, turning normal wolves into puppets for whoever controls the source. The Guardian's expression darkened. And every wolf they corrupt, every pack they eliminate, adds to their numbers. They're building an army, child. An army large enough to challenge every remaining pack simultaneously. The implications made me sick. How do we stop them? I asked. There has to be a way to cure the corruption, to free the wolves who've been turned. There is no cure. The Guardian's words were final. Once the corruption takes hold, the wolf is lost. Their consciousness dissolves, leaving only hunger and obedience to whoever wields the source of the disease. Then we destroy the source, Darian said. Cut off the head and the body dies. In theory, yes. The Guardian waved her hand and the light map shifted, zooming in on a location far to the north. But the source is protected, hidden in a place where even the ancient Guardians cannot easily reach. A place of old power and older secrets. My pendant pulsed with sudden warmth against my chest. The Guardian's eyes snapped to it, widening slightly. The seal knows. It recognizes the location because your mother hid her archive in the same forbidden territory. The Shattered Peaks, I whispered, remembering the vision. She hid it in the Shattered Peaks. Where the old temples stand, the Guardian confirmed. Where the first packs made their covenant with the moon. Where power flows like water for those who know how to channel it. And where our enemies have made their stronghold, Darian finished. Perfect. We're walking into the heart of their territory. You have no choice. The Guardian's form began to fade, becoming translucent as moonlight shifted. The archive your mother created contains the only record of who created the corruption and why. Without that knowledge, you fight shadows. With it, you might stand a chance of victory. Wait. I stepped forward, desperate for more information. You said our bond was manipulated. Can you tell us by whom? Who would have the power to twist something the moon herself created? The Guardian paused, her luminous eyes sad. That answer lies in the archive as well. Your mother discovered the truth before she died. She knew who was behind everything, the corruption, the massacres, the careful manipulation of fate itself. And she died before she could tell anyone, I said bitterly. She died protecting what she'd learned, making sure it couldn't be destroyed before the right people found it. The Guardian was almost completely transparent now. Trust the bond, child. Even twisted as it is, even manipulated toward ends you don't fully understand, it's still yours. Still real. Still worth fighting for. How can I trust something that was forced on me? The question tore from my throat. How can I believe what I feel for Cassius is real when someone else might have planted those feelings? Because feelings cannot be created, only encouraged. The Guardian's voice was fading like morning mist. The bond recognized what was already there: potential, compatibility, the possibility of love. All the manipulation did was accelerate what would have happened naturally. Your feelings are yours, child. Never doubt that. And then she was gone, dissolved into moonlight and shadow, leaving only her final words echoing through the clearing. Trust the bond. I stood trembling in the sudden silence, my hand pressed to the pendant that felt heavier than it had any right to. Are you all right? Darian's voice was quiet, concerned. I don't know. The honesty felt like surrender. Everything I thought I understood about the bond, about what Cassius and I are to each other, the Guardian just shattered all of it. She didn't say it wasn't real, Darian pointed out gently. Just that someone helped it along. That's different from creating something false. Is it? I turned to him, desperate for answers he probably didn't have. How am I supposed to know what I actually feel versus what was encouraged? How do I trust anything about this bond when I know it's been manipulated? Darian was quiet for a long moment, his scarred face thoughtful in the dim light. Finally, he spoke. I've served Cassius for 5 years. I've seen him with potential mates before. Females the pack elders wanted him to consider. Alliances that would have strengthened our position. Bonds that would have been politically advantageous. And he refused every single one. Said the bond either existed or it didn't, and he wouldn't force something that wasn't meant to be. Darian's eyes met mine. The Cassius I know wouldn't accept a manipulated bond, even if he felt the pull. He'd fight it, question it, try to break it if he thought it wasn't genuine. Unless he doesn't know it's been manipulated, I countered. Maybe, but I felt the echo of your bond through pack connections. I've seen how you two move together, fight together, breathe together. Darian's voice softened. Manipulation might have sped things up, Arianeth, but it didn't create what I see between you. That's real. That's yours. And no ancient magic can fake the way he looks at you like you're the only thing holding him together. Tears burned behind my eyes, but I blinked them back. We need to keep moving, I said, my voice rough. The corrupted wolves might be gone, but whoever's controlling them knows we're here now. They'll send more. Agreed. But Arianeth, Darian caught my arm gently. When we reach the archive, when you find out who's behind all this, remember what the Guardian said. The bond might be twisted, but it's still worth fighting for. I nodded, not trusting my voice. Through the bond, I could feel Cassius's concern, his awareness that something had shaken me even though he couldn't see what. The urge to reach out, to share everything the Guardian had revealed, was almost overwhelming. But what would I say? Hey, apparently our bond was manipulated by whoever's trying to start a war. Hope that doesn't make you question everything we've become to each other. No, better to wait until I had all the facts, until I could show him the evidence in my mother's archive, and we could face the truth together. Are you safe? Cassius's mental voice was tinged with worry. I felt your fear, felt you fighting. Are you hurt? I'm fine, I assured him, which was mostly true. My wounds were already healing, and the exhaustion would fade once we stopped moving. It's been a long night. 3 more days, he reminded me, his mental tone carrying layers of promise and longing. 3 more days until I can hold you again. Until we can figure all this out together. 3 more days, I agreed. But even as I said it, I wondered if 3 days would be enough time to prepare for what we'd find in the Shattered Peaks. I wondered if anything could prepare us for learning who had manipulated our bond and why. I wondered if the truth would bring us closer together or tear us apart forever. Come on, I said to Darian, squaring my shoulders against the doubt threatening to drown me. We've got a long way to go, and I'd like to reach the next safe point before dawn. We moved deeper into the neutral zone, leaving the clearing and its terrible revelations behind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, not by corrupted wolves or ancient guardians, by something else, something patient, something that had been planning this for far longer than I'd been alive. And every step toward the archive felt like walking deeper into a trap I didn't fully understand. The pendant pulsed against my chest, warm, steady, a constant reminder of my mother's final request. Find the truth. I was trying, Mom. I just hoped the truth didn't destroy me in the process. Chapter 7. We traveled through the night and into the next day, following a path that existed more in instinct than reality. The pendant guided me, not with words or visions, but with a subtle warmth that intensified when I moved in the right direction and cooled when I strayed. It was like following a compass made of memory and bloodline, trusting that my mother's magic would lead me where I needed to go. The landscape grew harsher as we climbed higher into the mountains. The ancient cedars gave way to twisted pines that clung to rocky slopes, their roots finding purchase in cracks and crevices where nothing else could grow. The air thinned, making each breath a conscious effort, and the temperature dropped until our breath misted in front of our faces, even during daylight. We're getting close to the border of the shattered peaks, Darian said, studying the terrain with a tracker's eye. Beyond that ridge, we enter territory that hasn't been claimed by any pack in living memory. Why? I asked, though part of me already suspected the answer. Because the ones who tried didn't survive long enough to establish dominance. His scarred face was grim. The shattered peaks aren't just neutral territory. They're forbidden territory. The kind of place the old stories warn about, where the barriers between our world and other places are thin. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Other places like what? The spirit realm. The lands of the dead. The places where the moon's light doesn't reach. Darian's voice dropped to something almost reverent. The first packs believed that the shattered peaks were where the veil was thinnest, where you could still hear the voices of ancestors, still feel the presence of wolves long gone. Some called it sacred, others called it cursed, and my mother hid her archive there. I touched the pendant, feeling its steady pulse. She must have had a reason. Protection, Darian said simply. If the peaks are as dangerous as the stories claim, then anyone trying to find the archive would have to survive the journey first. It's a natural defense system. He was right, but it didn't make me feel any better about what we were walking into. Through the bond, I could feel Cassius's presence like a distant star, still there, still strong, but so far away that the connection felt stretched to its breaking point. He'd managed to lose most of his pursuers by leading them through a series of false trails, but a core group of corrupted wolves still tracked him with relentless determination. How are you holding up? I asked through our mental link. Tired, he admitted, but alive. More importantly, how are you? I felt something earlier, fear, pain, and then something else. A surge of power that didn't feel entirely like yours or mine. I hesitated, unsure how much to share about the Guardian's revelations, the manipulation of our bond, the warning about being used as weapons, the suggestion that our feelings might not be entirely our own. We ran into trouble, I said finally. Corrupted wolves and something else. An ancient guardian who told me things about the bond that I'm still trying to process. Through our connection, I felt his immediate concerns spike into sharp focus. What kind of things? Later, I promised. When we're together, I can explain properly. Right now, we need to focus on surviving long enough to reach the archive. Arianeth, please. I let him feel my exhaustion, my confusion, my desperate need to understand everything before trying to explain it. Trust me on this. 3 more days, remember? We'll figure it out together. He was silent for a long moment, and I could feel him wrestling with the urge to demand answers versus respecting my request for time. Finally, 3 more days. But when I see you again, we're going to talk about everything. No secrets. No holding back. No secrets, I agreed, ignoring the twist of guilt in my chest. Because I was already keeping the Guardian's warning about our bond being manipulated. And I wasn't sure how to tell him without risking everything we were building together. Arianeth. Darian's voice pulled me from my spiraling thoughts. We have a problem. I looked up to find him standing at the edge of a steep drop-off, staring down into a valley that shouldn't have existed. The shattered peak spread before us like a wound in the earth. Jagged spires of rock thrusting toward the sky. Deep chasms that disappeared into shadow, and in the center, ruins. Massive stone structures that had once been temples or fortresses. now crumbling but still radiating an aura of ancient power. They were built on a scale that made me feel insignificant. Columns wider than old-growth trees, walls that must have stood hundreds of feet tall before time and weather brought them down, courtyards that could have held entire packs with room to spare. Moon's mercy, I breathed. What is this place? The first temple, Darian said quietly. Or what's left of it. This is where the original packs supposedly made their covenant with the moon. Where shifter magic was born. I could feel it, power thrumming through the ground beneath my feet, resonating with something deep in my wolf soul. It felt old. Older than packs, older than written history, maybe older than wolves themselves. And my mother had hidden her archive somewhere in the middle of it. How do we get down there? The valley was surrounded by cliffs on all sides, with no obvious path leading to the ruins below. There. Darian pointed to what looked like a narrow trail carved into the rock face, barely wide enough for a single person to walk, with a drop of several hundred feet on one side and sheer cliff on the other. You've got to be kidding me. The old packs didn't believe in easy access to sacred places. His expression was apologetic. But look, there are handholds carved into the rock. It's meant to be climbed. We just need to be careful. Careful seemed like an understatement. But the pendant was warm against my chest, pulsing with encouragement, telling me that the archive was close. So close I could almost feel it. We're at the shattered peaks, I told Cassius through our bond. About to descend into the ruins. If something happens, if the connection cuts out. Nothing is going to happen, he said firmly. You're the strongest person I know, Arianeth. You survived the massacre, survived accepting our bond, survived battles that would have broken lesser wolves. You can handle this. His faith in me was both terrifying and empowering. I love you, I said impulsively, the words flowing through our bond before I could question them. His response was immediate, overwhelming, a wave of emotion so intense it nearly brought me to my knees. I love you too. More than I thought possible. More than makes sense for the short time we've known each other. And when this is over, when we've found the archive and stopped whatever's coming, I'm going to spend every day proving that what we have is real. Tears stung my eyes. Promise? On my alpha blood. On my pack. On every star in the sky. I promise. The connection steadied, settled, became a warm certainty in my chest. Whatever the Guardian had said about manipulation, whatever questions I had about how our bond had formed in this moment, what I felt was undeniably real. Ready? Darian asked. I nodded, squaring my shoulders. Let's go find out what my mother died protecting. The descent was treacherous. The handholds were there as Darian had said, but centuries of weather had worn them smooth and unpredictable. More than once, my foot slipped on loose rock, sending pebbles cascading into the void below. Each time, my heart hammered with terror, and I had to force myself to keep moving. Darian went first, testing each hold before putting his full weight on it, calling back warnings about unstable sections. I followed as carefully as I could, my enhanced strength and healing the only things keeping me from freezing with fear. Halfway down, I heard it, singing, faint, ethereal, carried on wind that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The language was one I didn't recognize, but the melody spoke of sorrow and loss and ancient grief that had no end. Do you hear that? I called Darian. Hear what? The singing, the voices. I stopped, realization dawning cold. You don't hear it. Arianeth, there's nothing. I can hear them. My hand moved to the pendant, which was now burning hot against my skin. The dead, the wolves who died here. They're singing. Darian's expression shifted to something between concern and awe. The Keeper's Seal. It's not just a key to the archive. It's attuned to the spirit realm. Your mother must have bound it with magic that lets you perceive things others can't. The voices grew louder as we descended, and now I could make out individual threads in the chorus. Wolves singing in grief, in warning, in desperate hope that someone would hear their message. Find the truth, they whispered. Before it's too late, before the darkness rises again, before history repeats itself. History? I said aloud. What history? What darkness? The voices didn't answer directly, but images flickered at the edges of my vision, glimpses of the past bleeding through the present. I saw the temples as they once were, magnificent and whole, filled with wolves in ceremonial garb. Saw a gathering of alphas making vows under moonlight, their voices raised in unison as they pledged to protect their kind. Saw the moment of the covenant, when the moon herself had appeared as a silver wolf larger than mountains, her voice echoing through reality as she granted shifters their power. Use this gift wisely, the moon had said. Use it to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Use it to maintain balance between the human world and the wild. And never, ever, let the corruption of power consume you as it consumed those who came before. Those who came before? The vision shifted, showing me something darker. Wolves with red eyes, not corrupted like the ones hunting us, but transformed by choice. By hunger for power that transcended natural limits. They fought among themselves, tearing at each other with savage fury, their bloodlust so intense it stained the very stones of the temple. And in the center of the carnage stood a figure I couldn't quite make out, someone wielding magic that shouldn't have existed, weaving darkness like thread, creating something that twisted the natural order. The vision shattered as my foot slipped. I fell. For one heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but empty air and the certainty that I was going to die. Then Darian's hand closed around my wrist, his enhanced strength arresting my fall with a jolt that nearly dislocated my shoulder. "I've got you," he shouted, muscles straining as he hauled me back to the cliff face. "Don't let go." I scrambled for purchase, my free hand finding a crack in the rock that held firm. Together, we managed to stabilize our position, both of us breathing hard from the close call. "Are you all right?" Darian asked once we were secure. "I saw something," I gasped. The pendant showed me the past. Showed me wolves corrupted by power, fighting in these very ruins. And someone was controlling them, creating corruption. Creating it? Darian's eyes widened. "You mean the disease we're fighting now? It's not new." "No, it's old, ancient, something that happened before, during the time of the First Covenant." My mind raced, connecting pieces that had seemed random before. The moon warned them, told them not to let the corruption of power consume them, as it consumed those who came before. There was a previous generation of shifters who fell to this disease, and someone found a way to weaponize it again, Darian finished grimly. Found the old magic and brought it back. We continued our descent with renewed urgency, the pendant's heat increasing with every step. The singing of the dead wolves grew to a crescendo, their voices urgent, desperate, trying to communicate something vital. Finally, mercifully, we reached the valley floor. The ruins were even more imposing up close, stone blocks fitted together with impossible precision, carvings that seemed to shift and change when I looked at them directly, an atmosphere of power so thick I could taste it on my tongue. And in the center of it all, bathed in a shaft of moonlight that penetrated the perpetual shadow, a door, not a natural cave entrance or a crack in the earth, but an actual door carved from a single piece of obsidian and inlaid with silver runes that matched the ones on my pendant. "That's it," I breathed. "That's the entrance to the archive." Darian circled the door warily, examining it from all angles. "I don't see any traps or wards, just the door. But there's no handle, no obvious way to open it, because it requires the seal." I stepped forward, the pendant burning so hot now it was almost painful. My mother designed it that way. Only someone with Valen blood and the Keeper's seal could access what she hid. I reached for the door, and the moment my fingers touched the obsidian surface, everything changed. The runes blazed with golden light, spreading across the door like living fire. The singing of the dead wolves reached a fever pitch, and then silence. Complete, absolute silence. The door swung open with a sound like a held breath being released. Beyond it stretched a passage that shouldn't have fit within the physical space of the ruins, a corridor that extended farther than the eye could see, lined with torches that ignited spontaneously as we entered. "Your mother built this," Darian said quietly, awe evident in his voice. "She created a pocket dimension anchored to the physical world. That level of magic shouldn't be possible. But it was, and my mother had wielded it to protect her secrets." We walked down the corridor, our footsteps echoing off walls carved with images I was beginning to recognize the history of our kind from the First Covenant to the present day. Every major event, every significant alpha, every turning point in shifter history was recorded here. This wasn't just an archive of my mother's research. This was a complete history of our people. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, and I stopped dead. Because standing in the center, surrounded by shelves of books and scrolls and artifacts, was my mother. Not a ghost, not a spirit, a recording, a magical projection created before her death, preserved here to deliver a message to whoever found this place. She looked exactly as I remembered, dark hair streaked with silver, warm brown eyes, the kind of smile that made you feel safe even in the darkest moments. Arianeth, the recording said, and hearing her voice again broke something inside me. If you're seeing this, then I'm gone. And you've done what I asked. You found the truth. Tears streamed down my face as I stepped closer. I'm sorry, my mother's image continued. Sorry for the burden I've placed on you. Sorry for leaving you alone in a world more dangerous than I wanted you to know. But most of all, I'm sorry for what you're about to learn. The image waved her hand, and the chamber filled with light. Hundreds of documents, images, recordings, all floating in the air like leaves caught in a gentle wind. The enemy you face is older than any living pack, my mother said. Older than the Covenant itself. They call themselves the Primordials, the first shifters who existed before the moon granted us her blessing. They were powerful, Arianeth. So powerful they nearly destroyed the world in their hunger for dominance. My blood ran cold. The moon intervened. The recording continued. She stripped them of their immortality, bound their powers, and scattered them to the winds. But she couldn't destroy them completely, because they were connected to something fundamental, the very essence of what makes us shifters. To kill them would have been to kill the magic that sustains our kind. The floating documents rearranged themselves, showing bloodlines, family trees, connections spanning centuries. So she did something else. She divided their power among new bloodlines, created the packs as we know them, distributing the primordial strength so that no single wolf could ever again wield the kind of power that threatened all of creation. My hands shook as understanding dawned. But power doesn't stay divided forever, my mother said quietly. Power seeks to reconsolidate. And the primordials, they've been patient. They've spent millennia slowly, carefully, engineering the right circumstances to gather their scattered strength back together. The image shifted, showing two bloodlines highlighted in gold. Valen and Thornbreaker. You and Cassius. My mother's voice was gentle but heavy with terrible knowledge. You carry the largest concentrations of primordial power in the current generation. Your bloodlines were specifically targeted, specifically cultivated over centuries to produce this exact combination. And your bond. She paused, and I saw grief cross her face. Your bond was no accident, Arianeth. It was engineered, not by chance or fate, but by the primordials themselves. They manipulated the threads of destiny, pushed your families into proximity, created the circumstances that would lead to you and Cassius finding each other. The Guardian's words echoed in my mind. You are a weapon. When you complete the mate bond, my mother continued, when you fully merge your powers, you'll become the key, the vessel, the means by which the primordials can finally reclaim what was taken from them. No, that couldn't be right. The corruption you've been fighting, the recording said, is just a distraction, a way to keep the pack scattered and weak while the primordials prepare for their return. But the real plan, the real danger, is you and Cassius. Because when your powers merge fully, when the bond reaches its peak. My mother's image looked directly at me, her eyes full of sorrow. You'll become a gateway, a door through which the primordials can step back into our world. And unless you find a way to break the bond before it's too late, you and Cassius will be the instruments of our species' destruction. The recording faded. I stood frozen in the center of the archive, my mother's final words echoing through my mind like a death sentence. Everything I'd felt. Everything I'd believed, everything I'd fought for, it was all part of a plan centuries in the making. And the man I loved, the mate the moon herself had chosen for me, it was the weapon that would destroy us both. Chapter 8. I couldn't breathe. The archive's air felt too thick, too heavy, pressing down on my chest like physical weight. My mother's words echoed in the silence, each syllable a nail driven into the coffin of everything I'd believed. You'll become a gateway, the instruments of our species' destruction. No, the word came out as a whisper, then louder. No, that's not, it can't be. Darian's hand found my shoulder, steady and grounding. Arianeth, don't. I shook him off, stumbling toward the floating documents that still hung in the air like accusatory ghosts. There has to be more. She must have found a way to stop it. A way to break the bond without killing us both. Because that's what breaking a completed mate bond meant. I'd heard the stories. Bonded pairs who'd been forcibly separated went mad with grief, their wolves consuming them from the inside until there was nothing left but rage and pain. Most didn't survive more than a few weeks. The ones who did wish they hadn't. My hand shook as I reached for the nearest document, a scroll covered in my mother's precise handwriting. The words blurred as tears filled my eyes, but I forced myself to focus. Research log, day 47. The primordial bloodlines are more entrenched than initially believed. Valen and Thornbreaker aren't the only families affected, but they carry the highest concentration of original power. If brought together through mate bonding, the merger would create a resonance frequency matching the original primordial signature. I grabbed another document, desperate for answers. Day 63. Attempted to warn Alpha Thornbreaker about the manipulation of bloodlines. He dismissed my concerns as conspiracy theory. Claims the mate bond is sacred, cannot be artificially influenced. He doesn't understand, or refuses to accept, that the primordials have been playing a game that spans generations. They don't need to control the bond directly. They just needed to ensure the right wolves would eventually find each other. Torin, Cassius's father, my mother had tried to warn him. I tried to make him understand the danger, and he dismissed her. How much did that cost us? Another scroll caught my eye. This one dated just weeks before the massacre. Day 198, confirmed worst fears. The primordials have positioned themselves within multiple pack hierarchies. They've been hiding in plain sight for centuries, accumulating power, waiting for the perfect moment. The corruption disease is spreading faster than anticipated. They're accelerating their timeline. My blood turned to ice as I read the next line. Alpha Torin was killed during peace negotiations. I believe this was orchestrated by primordial agents to clear the path for Cassius to take power early. A younger, less experienced Alpha would be easier to manipulate into accepting his fated mate without questioning the circumstances. The scroll fell from my numb fingers. They'd killed Cassius's father, murdered him specifically to make sure Cassius would be vulnerable, grieving, desperate enough to accept any bond that presented itself as destiny. Just like they'd murdered my pack. Eliminated everyone who might have warned me, who might have helped me see the manipulation for what it was. We'd both been orphaned by design. Moon's mercy. Darian breathed from behind me. He'd been reading over my shoulder, seeing the same terrible revelations. This is bigger than territorial disputes or pack politics. This is a conspiracy that goes back centuries, and we walked right into it. My voice sounded hollow to my own ears. Cassius and I, we did exactly what they wanted. We bonded. We completed the connection. We became the weapon they needed. Through our bond, I could feel Cassius's presence, distant but steady, unaware of the catastrophic truth I'd just uncovered. He was still leading corrupted wolves on a wild chase through the mountains, still believing we were fighting against an external enemy. He had no idea the real enemy was us. More specifically, what we were being turned into. I should tell him, I thought desperately. I should reach out through the bond right now and warn him. But what would I say? Hey, remember how we thought our love was destiny? Turns out it's actually a trap that's going to end with us destroying everything we care about. Hope that doesn't ruin the romance. A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat, threatening to turn into sobs. There has to be something else, I said, forcing myself to keep searching through the archive. My mother wouldn't have just documented the problem without finding a solution. She was too smart for that. Too thorough. Darian helped me sort through documents, both of us working with frantic urgency. The archive contained centuries of research, bloodline records, historical accounts of primordial activities, documented cases of wolves who'd exhibited unusual power levels that suggested concentrated ancient magic. And then, buried beneath layers of more recent research, I found it. A leather-bound journal worn with age and use, with my mother's name inscribed on the cover in fading gold leaf. My hands trembled as I opened it to the first page. To my daughter, if you're reading this, you've learned the terrible truth about what you are, what you and your mate represent. And you're probably terrified, angry, feeling betrayed by fate itself. I understand. I felt the same way when I first discovered the manipulation. When I realized that my own bloodline had been shaped over generations toward a specific purpose. But here's what you need to know. The primordials are powerful, but they're not invincible. They made a mistake when the moon stripped them of their immortality. They became bound by the same rules that govern all of us. And that means they can be defeated. Hope flickered in my chest, fragile but present. I turned the page, my eyes devouring her words. The mate bond is both their weapon and their weakness. Yes, when fully completed between primordial bloodlines, it creates a resonance that could allow them to return. But that same resonance can be weaponized against them if you understand how to manipulate it. The key is the Keeper's Seal, not just as a physical object, but as a magical anchor. The seals were created by the first alphas specifically to counter primordial influence. They're designed to stabilize power, to prevent it from being hijacked or controlled by external forces. If you can activate both seals simultaneously, Moon and Sun, Balin and Thornbreaker, while maintaining conscious control of your bond, you can redirect the resonance. Instead of becoming a gateway for the primordials to return, you become a weapon to banish them permanently. It's possible, I breathed. There's a way to fight back. But as I read further, my hope began to crumble. The ritual requires absolute synchronization. You and your mate must be perfectly aligned, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Any doubt, any fear, any hesitation will create fractures that the primordials can exploit. And if the ritual fails, if you lose control even for a moment, the gateway opens and there's no closing it. My mother's handwriting became shakier on the next page, as if written in haste or distress. I've run the calculations 100 times. The margin for error is impossibly small. One wrong thought, one moment of wavering commitment, and everything fails. Arianeth, I'm not sure this ritual can be performed successfully. The level of trust required, the depth of connection needed, it's beyond what most bonded pairs achieve in a lifetime, much less in the weeks or months you'll have before the primordials make their move. But it's the only chance. The only way to stop them that doesn't involve you and your mate dying to prevent the gateway from forming. I read that line again, my blood turning to ice. Dying to prevent the gateway. That was the alternative. If we couldn't perform the ritual successfully, if we couldn't achieve perfect synchronization, the only way to stop the primordials would be for Cassius and me to die before our bond could be used against us. Murder-suicide as a last resort. There has to be another way, Darian said, his voice tight. Your mother was brilliant, but maybe she missed something. Maybe there's an option she didn't consider. She considered everything. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. That's who she was. Thorough. Methodical. If she said this ritual was our only chance, then it is. Through the bond, I felt Cassius stumble, exhaustion finally catching up with him. His pursuers were relentless, giving him no time to rest, to recover, to even think beyond the next mile, the next hiding place. Cassius, I reached out tentatively. You need to stop. You need to rest. Can't. His mental voice was ragged with fatigue. They're too close. If I stop, they'll catch me. Then let them catch you. The words felt like betrayal, even as I said them. Lead them into a trap. Find high ground and make a stand. But you can't keep running like this. You'll collapse. I'm fine. You're not fine. I let him feel my fear through the bond, my desperate need for him to survive what was coming. Please, Cassius, I need you alive. I need you strong. Because when we meet again, when I explain everything I found here, I couldn't finish the thought. How did I tell him that our bond was a trap? That every moment of happiness we'd felt together was part of a plan to destroy our species? That the love growing between us might be the very thing that doomed us both? Arianeth, what's wrong? His exhaustion gave way to sharp concern. What did you find in the archive? Everything, I whispered through our connection. I found everything, and it's worse than we thought. I felt his alarm spike, felt him trying to reach for more details through our bond. But I pulled back, creating distance between our minds that was nearly as painful as physical separation. Not like this, I said. Not through the bond where I can't explain properly. Just trust me. Get to safety. Rest. Recover your strength. And in 2 days, when we meet at the Northern Safe House, I'll tell you everything. 2 days is too long. It's all we have. I couldn't keep the desperation from my mental voice. Please, Cassius, I'm asking you to trust me. Trust that I know what I'm doing. Trust that I'm not shutting you out because I don't love you. Because I did love him. That was the cruelest part of all this. Even knowing the bond had been manipulated. Even understanding that our feelings had been encouraged toward a specific end. What I felt for Cassius was real. The Guardian had been right about that much. The manipulation might have accelerated things, but it hadn't created something false. It had just amplified what was already there, potential compatibility, the possibility of love. And now that love might be the weapon that destroys everything. I love you, I told him, letting the truth of it flow through our bond. Remember that. Whatever happens, whatever you learn when we're together again. I love you. That part is real. His response was equally raw, equally honest. I love you too. And nothing you tell me will change that. Nothing. I wished I could believe him. But he didn't know yet. Didn't understand what we were facing. The bond between us pulsed with warmth, with certainty, with a connection that felt absolutely right despite everything I'd learned about how it had been engineered. And that was the problem. How could something that felt this good, this perfect, be the very thing we needed to destroy? What do we do? Darian's voice pulled me back to the present. Do we proceed with the ritual your mother outlined? Or do we look for alternatives? I stared at the journal in my hands, at my mother's careful notes detailing an impossible task. Perfect synchronization, absolute trust, no room for doubt or fear. Between two people who'd known each other for less than a week. Two people whose entire relationship had been engineered by enemies who'd spent centuries preparing for this exact moment. Two people who were supposed to love each other enough to die together if the ritual failed. I don't know, I admitted. I don't know if we can do this. If I can do this, how am I supposed to achieve perfect trust with Cassius when I know our bond was manipulated? How do I look him in the eye and believe in our connection when I understand it was designed to be a weapon? Maybe that's the wrong question, Darian said quietly. I looked up at him, surprised. Maybe it's not about whether the bond was manipulated, he continued. Maybe it's about what you choose to do with it. The primordials wanted to create a weapon. Fine, but weapons can be turned against their makers. Your mother understood that. That's why she developed the ritual. But the trust required is the same trust required for any successful bond. Darian moved closer, his scarred face gentle with understanding. You think other mated pairs don't struggle with doubt? Don't wonder if their feelings are real, or just the bond talking. Every wolf who's ever accepted a mate has faced those same questions, Arianeth. You're not unique in that. But the stakes are higher, yes. But that doesn't change the fundamental truth. Love is always a choice. The bond might pull you together, might make the connection easier, but choosing to stay connected, choosing to trust, choosing to believe in each other despite fear and doubt and manipulation, that's all you. That's all Cassius. And that's what the primordials can't control. His words settled over me like a blanket, warm and comforting despite their weight. My mother believed we could do this, I said slowly, looking down at her journal. She wouldn't have left these instructions if she thought it was impossible. She believed Cassius, and I could achieve the synchronization needed to turn their weapon against them. Then maybe you should believe it too. I closed my eyes, reaching for the bond, for that golden thread connecting my heart to Cassius's across the miles. It pulsed with steady warmth, with certainty, with a rightness that transcended logic. And at that moment, I made my choice, not to run from what we were, not to destroy the bond before it could be used, but to fight, to take the weapon the primordials had forged and turn it against them, to prove that love, real, chosen, earned love, was stronger than any manipulation. We proceed with the ritual, I said, opening my eyes. We gather what we need from this archive. We meet Cassius at the rendezvous point, and we tell him everything. And if he can't handle the truth, Darian asked gently, if learning about the manipulation breaks his trust in the bond, then we face that together. I stood, squaring my shoulders with renewed determination. But I have to believe that what we feel is stronger than how it started. I have to believe that Cassius and I can choose each other despite the circumstances. Otherwise, the primordials have already won. Darian nodded, respect evident in his expression. What do you need? I looked around the archive, at centuries of accumulated knowledge and power. Everything. We take everything we can carry. The ritual instructions, the bloodline records, any information about the primordials' current locations and identities. We arm ourselves with knowledge, and then we go to war, not with weapons or armies, but with something far more dangerous, with love that refused to be controlled, with trust that defied manipulation, with a bond that had been forged in darkness but would be wielded in light. The primordials thought they'd created the perfect weapon. They were about to learn their mistake, because the most dangerous thing in any world isn't power. It's two people who have absolutely nothing left to lose and everything to fight for. Chapter 9. We spent hours in the archive, gathering everything we could carry. Darian fashioned makeshift packs from cloth we found in one of the storage chambers, and I carefully selected the documents that would be most crucial. The ritual instructions, maps showing suspected primordial locations, bloodline records that revealed which current alphas might be compromised. The more I read, the more horrified I became. The primordials hadn't just been hiding. They'd been integrating, marrying into pack bloodlines, taking positions of power, slowly steering generations of wolves toward their ultimate goal. And they'd been patient, so unbearably patient. Look at this, I said, holding up a genealogical chart my mother had painstakingly constructed. See these markers? Every wolf highlighted in red is either a direct primordial descendant or has been influenced by primordial magic. Darian studied the chart, his expression growing darker with each name he recognized. That's Moon's Mercy. That's nearly a third of all pack leadership positions in the Western Territories. And that's just what my mother was able to document before she died. I set the chart aside, my stomach churning. There could be more. Probably more. We're looking at a shadow government that's been running pack politics for longer than most living wolves have been alive. How do we fight something this entrenched? We start by exposing them. I gathered another stack of documents, evidence of suspicious deaths, territorial disputes that had been artificially escalated, alliances that had been sabotaged. My mother collected proof. Names, dates, patterns of behavior. If we can present this to the pack councils, force them to see what's been happening, they won't believe us. Darian's voice was heavy with certainty. Think about it, Arianeth. We're talking about accusing some of the most respected alphas in the region of being part of a centuries-old conspiracy. Without ironclad proof, they'll dismiss us as paranoid. He was right, and I hated it. Then we need more than just documentation, I said. We need a primordial. Someone we can capture, interrogate, and force to confirm the truth in front of witnesses. And how do we identify them? According to your mother's research, they've been hiding for generations. They look like us, smell like us, act like us. But they're not like us. I pulled out another of my mother's journals, flipping to a section marked with urgent notes. Mom discovered something. The primordials retained one aspect of their original power. They don't age normally. A primordial who appears to be 40 might actually be 200 years old. We just need to find someone whose documented age doesn't match their physical appearance. Darian's eyes lit with understanding. Cross-reference the bloodline records with historical pack documents. Find wolves who've been in positions of power far longer than their supposed age would allow. Exactly. I was already sorting through the relevant materials, and once we have suspects, we watch them, wait for them to make a mistake, catch them using abilities or knowledge they shouldn't have. It was a plan, not a perfect one, but something tangible to work toward. We continued gathering materials until our packs were full, and I carefully secured my mother's most important journals in a waterproof pouch. The pendant pulsed against my chest, warm and steady, as if approving of our choices. "We should go," Darian said, glancing toward the entrance. "We've been here for hours. If anyone's tracking us." A howl cut through his words, distant but unmistakable. "Close. Too close. They found us," I breathed. "How?" Darian was already moving toward the exit. "The archive is protected. Hidden. Unless." Understanding hit us both at the same time. "The pendant," I said, my hand flying to my chest. "It's been pulsing with magic ever since we entered. If there are primordials nearby, if they can sense primordial power, then you've been broadcasting your location like a beacon." Darian cursed. "We need to leave. Now." We ran back through the corridor, the torches extinguishing behind us as we passed. The archive was sealing itself, returning to its hidden state, but that wouldn't help us if enemies were already at the door. We burst into the ruined temple just as the first corrupted wolves crested the valley ridge. Dozens of them, maybe more, and leading them, standing calmly amid the chaos, was a figure I recognized from my mother's documents. Alpha Marcus Silverthorn, leader of one of the largest packs in the Northern Territories, respected, powerful, a voice of reason in regional councils, and according to my mother's research, over 300 years old. A primordial. "Arianeth Valen," he called across the ruins, his voice carrying with unnatural clarity. "How wonderful to finally meet you in person. Your mother spoke of you often before she died." Rage flooded through me, hot and consuming. "You knew her." "Knew her?" "My dear child, I worked with her." Marcus smiled, and it was the smile of a predator who'd already won. "She came to me with her theories about the disappearing packs, asked for my help investigating, and I gave it to her. Feed her just enough truth to keep her searching in the right direction." "You used her." The words came out as a snarl. "You used her research to cover your own tracks. I guided her research to serve our purposes." Marcus began walking toward us, his corrupted wolves parting to let him through. "Your mother was brilliant, but she was also predictable. She thought she was exposing a conspiracy. What she was actually doing was helping us identify which pack still had enough concentrated primordial blood to be useful." My stomach turned. "The massacres," I said. "The 12 packs that disappeared. You weren't trying to hide evidence. You were harvesting bloodlines, consolidating power." Marcus's expression remained pleasant, conversational, as if we were discussing weather instead of genocide. "The moon scattered our strength across generations, but she couldn't destroy it entirely. All we had to do was gather it back together. Identify the wolves carrying the highest concentrations of our original magic and collect them." "How do I collect them?" But I already knew the answer. The corruption, of course. Marcus gestured to his wolves, their red eyes glowing in the fading light. "It's not a disease, Arianeth. It's a transformation. We're restoring these wolves to what they were always meant to be, vessels for primordial power. Each one we convert adds to our collective strength." "They're not wolves anymore," I said, my voice shaking with fury. "They're puppets. Slaves. You stripped away everything that made them who they were. We gave them purpose." Marcus's tone sharpened. "These wolves were weak, scattered, fighting over scraps of territory and meaningless pride. We united them under a single vision, a single goal. Bringing back the primordials," Darian said. "Undoing what the moon did to protect the world from your kind. The moon betrayed us." For the first time, real emotion cracked through Marcus's pleasant facade. "We were the first, the strongest. We should have ruled as gods. Instead, she stripped our immortality and divided our power among lesser beings. Beings who squander that gift on petty conflicts and short-sighted alliances. So you've spent centuries planning your revenge," I said. "Manipulating bloodlines, engineering bonds, creating weapons out of wolves who never asked to be part of your war." Marcus's eyes fixed on me with unsettling intensity. You and Cassius Thornbreaker represent the culmination of that work. The perfect merger of our two most concentrated bloodlines. When your bond reaches full maturation, when the resonance peaks, we won't need to gather power anymore. It will flow through you, opening the gateway, allowing us to reclaim what was stolen. And if we refuse, I already knew the answer, but I needed to hear him say it. Then we'll take what we need by force. Marcus's smile returned, colder now. Your cooperation would be preferable, but it's not strictly necessary. The bond exists whether you will it or not, and bonds can be manipulated, pushed toward the resonance we require. Through my connection with Cassius, I felt his sudden spike of alarm. He'd stopped running, stopped hiding, because he'd felt my fear through our bond. Arianeth, what's happening? Where are you? The ruins, I sent back quickly. Marcus Silverthorn is here. He's a primordial, and pain exploded through the bond. Not my pain, Cassius's. He'd been ambushed, caught from behind while distracted by our mental conversation. I felt the impact of claws across his ribs, felt him go down hard, felt the corrupted wolves closing in. No, I screamed, doubling over as his agony became mine. Marcus watched with clinical interest. Ah, your mate is in trouble. How unfortunate. We positioned wolves along his expected route, you see. Waited for him to become distracted by concern for you. And now, he didn't get to finish, because something inside me shattered. Not broke, not bent, shattered. Every restraint I'd placed on my awakening alpha power, every careful control, every attempt to be measured and reasonable, it all disintegrated in the face of feeling my mate being torn apart. Golden light exploded from my body, so bright that even the corrupted wolves had to shield their eyes. The pendant around my neck blazed like a miniature sun, and I felt power surge through me that had nothing to do with Cassius's strength. This was mine, my heritage, my birthright, the concentrated primordial magic that ran through Valen blood, awakened fully for the first time in generations. Interesting, Marcus said, though he'd taken a step back. You're stronger than anticipated. Your mother's bloodline is even more potent than our records suggested. Stay away from him. My voice resonated with harmonics that shook the ancient stones. Stay away from my mate, or I'll show you exactly how potent my bloodline is. Empty threats from a newly awakened pup. But Marcus's confidence seemed slightly forced now. You don't even know how to properly wield that power. You're dangerous to yourself and everyone around you. I reached for Cassius through the bond, not to draw on his strength, but to give him mine. The connection flared like lightning, and I felt the moment my power hit him. His wounds began to heal at accelerated speed. Felt his attackers thrown back by the shock wave of energy I'd channeled across 50 miles of distance. I'm here, I told him. I'm with you. You're not alone. His response was dizzy with shock and pain. How did you? Later. Right now, fight. Survive. I need you alive. I turned my attention back to Marcus, who was watching me with a mixture of fascination and concern. You can't do this, he said. Channeling that much power across such distance while maintaining your own defenses, you'll burn yourself out within minutes. Then you better talk fast. I could feel the strain already, could feel my body protesting the amount of energy I was forcing through the bond. But I didn't care. Cassius needed me, and I would tear myself apart before I let him die. Tell me how to stop the gateway. Tell me how to break the primordial's hold on the corrupted wolves. Tell me something useful, or I swear I'll. You'll what? Marcus's expression hardened. Kill me? Even if you could, it wouldn't matter. I'm just one of many. The plan is already in motion, Arianeth. Your bond with Cassius has matured past the point of no return. The resonance is building, and when it peaks, when the gateway opens, nothing you do will stop it. My mother found a way. I held up her journal. Even as my vision started to blur from the effort of maintaining the power flow to Cassius, she documented a ritual, a way to redirect the resonance, to turn your weapon against you. For the first time, genuine surprise crossed Marcus's face. That's impossible. We destroyed all records of that ritual centuries ago. How did she? She was smarter than you gave her credit for. I smiled through gritted teeth. And she knew you'd come for me eventually. So she left me everything I needed to finish what she started. Marcus's eyes narrowed. The ritual requires perfect synchronization, absolute trust between bonded mates. You and Cassius have known each other for less than a week. You've barely begun to understand each other, much less achieved the level of connection that ritual demands. Maybe. I could feel my knees starting to buckle, could feel Cassius growing distant as my power reserves depleted. But we have something you don't understand. Something you can't replicate with all your centuries of manipulation. And what's that? Choice. I met his eyes directly. You engineered our bond. You pushed us together. You created the circumstances that led to us meeting. But you can't force us to love each other. Can't make us trust each other. Can't control what we choose to do with the connection you gave us. I felt Cassius stir through the bond, felt him fighting off his attackers with renewed strength fueled by my power. And we choose to fight, I continued. We choose to turn your weapon into our shield. We choose to prove that love, real, earned love, is stronger than manipulation. Marcus stared at me for a long moment. Then he began to laugh. Admirable, he said. Truly, your mother would be proud of that speech. But speeches don't win wars, child. Power does. And right now, you're expending yours at an unsustainable rate to keep your mate alive. He was right. I could feel my consciousness starting to fragment, could feel the golden light beginning to flicker. So here's what's going to happen, Marcus said, his tone almost gentle. You're going to collapse from exhaustion. My wolves are going to take you into custody. And when Cassius arrives to rescue you, which he will, because the bond won't let him do anything else, we'll have both of you exactly where we need you. Darian, I started to say, but he was already moving. The scarred wolf shifted mid-stride, launching himself at Marcus with the kind of desperate courage that comes from knowing you're probably going to die, but doing it anyway. Marcus didn't even flinch. He raised one hand, and Darian's wolf form stopped midair, held suspended by invisible force. Brave, Marcus observed. Foolish, but brave. I can see why Cassius values you. But ultimately, he closed his fist, and I heard bones crack. Darian's howl of pain cut off abruptly as he crashed to the ground, his form shifting back to human, his body twisted at angles that no living thing should survive. No, I tried to run to him, but my legs finally gave out. I collapsed to my knees, the connection to Cassius wavering as my power failed. Arianeth, Cassius's mental voice was desperate. What's happening? I felt something. Marcus, I managed to send. He's here. He hurt Darian. I can't hold the connection much longer. Stay with me. I felt Cassius shift, felt him running at speeds that should have been impossible, felt his absolute determination to reach me. I'm coming. Just hold on. I'm coming. But he was still so far away. Miles and miles of mountain terrain between us. He wouldn't make it in time. Marcus approached slowly, his corrupted wolves forming a circle around us. Your mate is coming. Good. That saves us the trouble of hunting him down separately. And once we have you both, he reached for the pendant around my neck. The moment his fingers touched it, light exploded outward. Not golden this time. Silver. Pure, moonlight silver that sent Marcus stumbling backward with a cry of pain. What? He started. But I was no longer listening to him. Because standing in front of me, formed from moonlight and ancient power, was a figure I recognized from the visions. The moon herself, or at least a projection of her. An echo of the power that had created the covenant in the first place. You dare. The moon's voice was like distant thunder, resonating through the ruins. You dare to twist what I created, to corrupt my children, to wage war against the very balance I sacrificed to maintain. Marcus dropped to one knee, his confidence shattered. Great mother. I am not your mother. The moon's form solidified slightly, becoming a massive silver wolf whose eyes blazed with divine fury. I stripped you of immortality for your crimes, scattered your power to prevent you from threatening creation again, and you dared to seek restoration. We were first, Marcus said, but his voice shook now. You deserve nothing. The moon turned her gaze to me, and I felt warmth flow through the bond, strengthening me. healing the damage I'd done channeling power to Cassius. But this child, this brave, foolish child who would tear herself apart to save her mate, she deserves truth. The moon's form shifted, and suddenly I was seeing visions again. Not the past this time, but possible futures. I saw myself and Cassius standing together, our combined power tearing open a gateway as the primordials flooded back into the world. I saw us fighting, destroying each other as the ritual failed and our bond consumed us from the inside. And I saw a third path. Narrow, treacherous, but it is possible. I saw us completing the ritual, achieving perfect synchronization, turning the weapon against its makers. I saw the primordials banished, not killed, but sent to a place beyond reach, a prison of their own making. And I saw Cassius and me, standing in the aftermath, exhausted but alive, together, free. The choice is yours, the moon said, her voice softening. I cannot make it for you, cannot force the outcome I prefer. Free will is the foundation of all I created, even when that will be a poor choice. Then why show me these visions? I asked. Why intervene at all? Because you are my daughter. All wolves are, and a mother protects her children, even from themselves. The moon's form began to fade. Trust the bond, Arianeth, not because it was engineered, but because it's yours. Choose love, choose trust, and choose to fight. She disappeared, leaving only silver light that faded slowly into darkness. Marcus was on his feet again, his composure returning. A pretty show, but ultimately meaningless. The moon can't intervene directly. The covenant forbids it. All she can do is offer vague guidance and hope her children make the right choices. She gave me more than guidance, I said, my strength returning. She gave me hope, and that's more than you can take from me. I stood, the pendant blazing with renewed power. Through the bond, I felt Cassius getting closer. Felt him tearing through the mountains with single-minded determination. 2 days, I told Marcus. That's how long you have before Cassius and I complete the ritual. Before we turn your weapon against you. Before we end this. You won't make it 2 days, Marcus said coldly. You won't even make it 2 hours. He gestured, and his corrupted wolves surged forward. And I smiled, because through the bond I felt the exact moment Cassius crested the valley ridge. I felt him see me surrounded by enemies. Felt his absolute rage that anyone would dare threaten his mate. The bond flared to life between us, stronger than it had ever been. And when Cassius shifted, when his massive black wolf form leaped into the ruins with eyes blazing silver and gold, the real battle began. Chapter 10. Cassius hit the battlefield like a force of nature. His massive black wolf form crashed into the first line of corrupted wolves with devastating impact, scattering them like leaves in a hurricane. But he wasn't fighting alone. Through our bond, I felt him drawing on my power just as I'd been drawing on his, creating a feedback loop that amplified both of our strengths beyond their natural limits. Together, his mental voice rang with fierce certainty. We fight together. Always, I responded, shifting into my own wolf form. The transformation was faster than it had ever been. Smoother, my auburn fur now threaded with silver streaks that glowed in the fading light. I launched myself at the corrupted wolves trying to flank Cassius, my jaws finding throats with precision born from his combat experience flowing through our bond. We moved like a single organism. Where he created openings, I exploited them. Where I drew attention, he delivered killing strikes. The corrupted wolves were numerous, but they were mindless, predictable, and against 2 alphas who could share thoughts and coordinate perfectly. They didn't stand a chance. Marcus watched from a safe distance, his expression unreadable. He made no move to join the fight himself, content to let his puppets do the work. He's waiting for something, I scented to Cassius. This is too easy. He wouldn't have confronted us without a backup plan. Agreed. Cassius's mental voice was grim as he tore through another attacker. Where's Darian? I sent him an image through our bond. Darian's broken body lying near the temple entrance, his chest still rising and falling, but barely. Cassius's rage spiked so sharply I felt it like a physical blow. Marcus did that? With barely a thought. He's stronger than he's letting on, Cassius. Whatever power the primordials retained, Marcus has access to all of it. Then we end this quickly. We pressed our attack with renewed ferocity, cutting through the corrupted wolves with brutal efficiency. But even as we fought, I could feel exhaustion building. The power sharing through our bond was incredible, but it came at a cost. We were burning through our reserves twice as fast as we would have separately. Marcus knew it too. I could see it in his patient smile, the way he checked the position of the sun as it dipped toward the horizon. He was stalling. Why? I wondered. What does he gain from dragging this out? The answer hit me like ice water. The resonance. I sent the realization to Cassius. He said our bond has matured past the point of no return, that the resonance is building. What if he's waiting for it to peak? What if all this, the fight, the confrontation, is just to keep us here until the gateway opens on its own? Cassius's response was immediate. Then we leave, break contact and retreat. We can't leave Darian. I felt his frustration, his understanding that I was right. We couldn't abandon Darian to die here. Couldn't leave him to Marcus's mercy, which meant we were trapped, forced to stand and fight while Marcus's true plan unfolded around us. You're beginning to understand, Marcus called out, as if he could sense our realization. The bond isn't just a weapon we can activate when convenient. It's a process, a transformation that's already begun. And nothing you do will stop it from reaching its inevitable conclusion. There's always a choice, I snarled, my wolf's voice carrying clearly despite the form. Is there? Marcus tilted his head, genuinely curious. Can you choose to unlove your mate? Can you choose to break a bond that's woven into your very soul? Can you choose to be less than what you've become? I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because he was right. Even knowing the bond had been manipulated, even understanding that we were being used as weapons, I couldn't imagine severing the connection with Cassius. The thought of being separated from him, of losing the warmth and certainty and absolute rightness of our bond, it was worse than death. And that was exactly what the primordials had counted on. The last corrupted wolf fell, its body dissolving into shadow. Cassius and I stood back to back, our flanks heaving with exertion, blood matting our fur. The clearing fell silent except for our ragged breathing. Marcus began a slow clap, the sound echoing off the ancient ruins. Magnificent. Truly. You fight with a synchronization that takes most bonded pairs decades to achieve. You really are everything we hoped you'd be. Enough games, Cassius said, shifting back to human form. I followed suit, both of us bloodied and exhausted but still standing. You want us for the gateway. Fine. But there are terms. Marcus raised an eyebrow. You're in no position to negotiate. Aren't we? Cassius's silver and gold eyes were hard. You need us alive. Need the bond intact. Which means you can't actually kill us, can't risk damaging the resonance you've spent centuries engineering. So yes, Marcus, we're in an excellent position to negotiate. For the first time, Marcus looked genuinely impressed. Go on. Darian's life. Cassius gestured toward his fallen second. You heal him. Completely. Guarantee his safety. And we'll cooperate with whatever examination or testing you need to monitor the bond's progression. No. I grabbed Cassius's arm, horror flooding through me. You can't be serious. We can't just surrender too. Trust me. His mental voice cut through my protest. I have a plan. Through the bond. I felt the edges of his thoughts, the strategic mind working several steps ahead. He wasn't actually surrendering. He was buying time, creating an opportunity. How much time do we need? I asked. The ritual your mother described. How long does it take to prepare? I pulled up the memory of her journal, the detailed instructions. 12 hours. We need 12 hours of uninterrupted preparation, meditation, synchronization exercises, gathering the necessary components. Then we get 12 hours. Cassius's mental tone was absolute. Whatever it takes. I looked at Marcus, trying to read his expression. He was considering the offer, weighing the benefits against the risks. Darian lives, he said finally. I'll even allow him to remain with you under guard. But understand, any attempt to escape, any hint of rebellion, and he dies. Slowly, painfully, while you watch. Understood. Cassius's voice was steady, giving nothing away. Marcus waved his hand, and power flowed from him in visible waves. It wrapped around Darian's broken body, silver light knitting bones, healing internal damage, drawing him back from the edge of death. Darian gasped, his eyes flying open. He tried to sit up, but two corrupted wolves were immediately at his side, holding him down with gentle but implacable force. "Easy," Marcus said. "You've been quite injured. Best to rest while your body finishes healing." Darian's gaze found Cassius, questions in his eyes. Cassius gave the slightest shake of his head, a warning to stay quiet, to play along. "Now then." Marcus turned his attention back to us. "Let's discuss the terms of your cooperation. I'll need to monitor the bond's resonance every 6 hours. You'll remain in my custody until the gateway opens, and you'll refrain from attempting that charming little ritual your mother developed." "How did you?" I started. "Please." Marcus's smile was patronizing. "You think you're the first to stumble across those instructions? Your mother was brilliant, but she wasn't the original author. The ritual was created by the first alphas, the ones who initially scattered our power. We've known about it for centuries, and we've spent those centuries ensuring it can never be successfully completed." My blood turned cold. "What do you mean?" "The ritual requires perfect synchronization, yes, but it also requires specific components, rare herbs that only grow in certain locations, crystals formed under particular lunar conditions, and most importantly," Marcus's smile widened, "it requires the blessing of an uncompromised alpha pair. Two wolves whose bond formed naturally, without any primordial influence." Through the bond, I felt Cassius's sinking realization matching my own. "You eliminated them," I said quietly. "The 12 packs you massacred. They weren't just harvested for their bloodlines. They were targeted because they had successfully bonded pairs who could have helped us." "Very good." Marcus nodded approvingly. "Those packs represented the last naturally bonded pairs with sufficient power to perform the ritual. With them gone, even if you managed to gather the other components, even if you achieved the impossible synchronization, you have no one to anchor the magic, no one to witness and validate the bond. The ritual will fail." The weight of that revelation pressed down on me like a physical thing. We'd been planning to use my mother's ritual as our salvation, our way out, our chance to turn the primordial's weapon against them, and it had been a dead end all along. "So you see," Marcus continued, "your cooperation isn't really about negotiation. It's about accepting the inevitable. You can rage against it, can fight and struggle and make this difficult for everyone. Or you can accept what you are, what you were always meant to be, and help usher in a new age." "A new age of tyranny," Cassius said coldly, "where the primordials rule and the rest of us serve." "A new age of order," Marcus corrected. "No more petty pack squabbles. No more territorial disputes. Just clear hierarchy, efficient governance, and wolves finally reaching their full potential under proper leadership." "You mean under your control? Is that so different from how packs function now?" Marcus spread his hands reasonably. "You follow your alpha. They follow regional councils. Everyone serves someone. We're simply clarifying the chain of command." I wanted to argue, to point out the fundamental difference between chosen loyalty and forced servitude. But I could feel Cassius through the bond, urging restraint, reminding me that we needed to play along just a little longer. "What's the plan?" I asked him mentally. "The ritual might be impossible," he responded, "but that doesn't mean we're helpless. If we can get 12 hours of preparation time, even under guard, we might be able to—" His thoughts cut off abruptly, because that's when I felt it. A pulling sensation deep in my chest, like the bond was being tugged from the outside. The resonance Marcus had mentioned, building like a tide, pulling Cassius and me together with increasing force. "Ah," Marcus said, noting our expressions. "You feel it now. The gateway is beginning to form. It starts as a gentle pull, almost pleasant, but it will grow stronger, more insistent, until you can't resist the urge to complete the final bonding." Final bonding, I managed. The physical consummation that seals mate bonds permanently. Marcus's tone was clinical. "You've completed the blood bond, yes, shared power and thoughts, but you haven't yet, shall we say, fully merged. And when the resonance reaches its peak, You won't be able to resist that final step. Your bodies will demand it. And when you give in, he didn't need to finish. I understood. The gateway would open, the primordials would return, and Cassius, and I would be responsible for ending the world. Through the bond, I felt Cassius's hand find mine, his fingers interlacing with my own. I'm not giving up, he said firmly. There has to be another way. We just need to find it. How? You heard Marcus. The ritual won't work. The natural bonds are gone. We're out of options. We still have each other. His mental voice was fierce. We still have our choice. And I choose to believe that love, real, freely given love, is more powerful than any manipulation. I wanted to share his certainty. I wanted to believe that our feelings alone would be enough to overcome centuries of planning and magical engineering. But looking at Marcus's confident smile, at the corrupted wolves surrounding us, at the ancient ruins that had witnessed the rise and fall of so much power, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. Come, Marcus said, gesturing toward a section of ruins that had been converted into a temporary camp. Let's get you settled. You'll want to be comfortable for the next 12 hours. The resonance builds faster when you're in close proximity, you see. And I want to ensure optimal conditions for the gateway's formation. Cassius squeezed my hand once, a silent promise that we'd find a way through this. Together, we walked toward our prison. But as we moved, I felt something shift in the pendant against my chest. A warmth that had nothing to do with Marcus's magic or the growing resonance. My mother's voice whispered through my mind, not a vision this time, but a memory, words she'd spoken to me years ago, before any of this began. The strongest magic, Ari, isn't in rituals or components or ancient power. It's in the choices we make, in the stands we take, in the willingness to sacrifice everything for what we love. I thought she was being metaphorical. Now I wondered if she'd been trying to tell me something specific. The ritual might be impossible. The natural bonds might be gone. The primordials might have planned for every contingency, but they hadn't planned for one thing. They hadn't planned for a daughter who would do anything to finish what her mother started, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Cassius, I sent through the bond. I need you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to tell you. I'm listening, and I need you to trust me, even when you don't understand, even when every instinct tells you to stop me. I felt his concern spike. Arianeth, what are you planning? Something my mother would have done. I looked at the pendant, at the silver crescent moon that had guided me this far. Something crazy and desperate and probably impossible, but potentially our only chance. Through the bond, I felt him wanting to argue, to demand details, to protect me from whatever dangerous plan I was formulating. But he also felt my certainty, my absolute conviction that this was necessary. Trust the bond, I reminded him, using my mother's words. Trust that I know what I'm doing, and trust that whatever happens next. I squeezed his hand, letting him feel the depth of my love through our connection. Trust that I choose you, not because of destiny or manipulation or ancient plans, but because loving you is the realest thing I've ever felt. His response flooded through me, warm and fierce and achingly tender. I trust you, and I love you. Whatever you're planning, whatever crazy, desperate, impossible thing you're about to do, we do it together. I smiled despite everything, because that's exactly what I needed to hear. Marcus led us deeper into the ruins, toward whatever fate he prepared. But he didn't know what I knew, didn't understand what my mother had really left me. Not just documentation, not just a ritual that wouldn't work, but a choice, a sacrifice, a way to turn their greatest weapon into their ultimate destruction. And in 12 hours, when the resonance peaked and the gateway began to form, the primordials would learn that some bonds can't be broken, some loves can't be controlled, and some daughters inherit more than just their mother's blood. They inherit her courage, her sacrifice, and her absolute refusal to let evil win. Chapter 11. The chamber Marcus had prepared for us was surprisingly comfortable. A large tent erected within the ruins, furnished with bedding, supplies, even a small table with food and water. It would have been almost hospitable if not for the corrupted wolves standing guard at every entrance, their red eyes glowing in the gathering darkness. Darren was placed in an adjacent space, separated from us by a thin canvas wall, but close enough that we could hear his labored breathing as his body continued healing from Marcus's brutal display of power. 12 hours, Marcus said from the entrance. That's how long until the resonance peaks. I suggest you use that time to prepare yourselves. The final bonding will be intense, overwhelming. Best to be well rested. The implication in his words made my skin crawl. Cassius's hand tightened on mine, his jaw clenched with barely controlled rage. But he said nothing, just waited until Marcus left before pulling me close. Tell me, he whispered against my hair. Tell me what you're planning. I closed my eyes, breathing in his scent, pine and mountain air, and something uniquely him. Through our bond, I could feel his concern, his fear, his desperate need to protect me from whatever I was about to do. My mother's ritual, I began quietly. Marcus was right that it requires components we don't have, natural bonds that no longer exist. But he was wrong about one thing. What? The ritual doesn't just redirect the resonance. It becomes the resonance. It takes the power the primordials were trying to gather and transforms it. Make it into something new. Something they can't control. Cassius pulled back to look at me, his silver and gold eyes searching my face. I don't understand. The gateway requires two things, I explained, pulling out my mother's journal to show him the relevant passages. Concentrated primordial power from two major bloodlines, that's us, and a resonance frequency that matches the original primordial signature. When our bond reaches full maturation, when we complete the physical joining, it creates that frequency naturally. Right, which is why Marcus is so confident. But what if we change the frequency? I turned to a page my mother had marked with desperate urgency, her handwriting shaky as if written in the middle of a revelation. What if instead of fighting the resonance, we embrace it, but we add something the primordials didn't account for? Cassius studied the page, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning horror. Arianeth, this says the ritual requires a blood sacrifice, not just a few drops for the bonding, but a life, I finished. The ritual requires one of the bonded pairs to willingly give up their life to transform the resonance, to turn what would have been a gateway into a prison. The silence that followed was deafening. No, Cassius's voice was flat, absolute. Absolutely not. We'll find another way. There is no other way. I took his face in my hands, forcing him to meet my eyes. You heard Marcus. Every natural bond is gone. Every alternative has been eliminated. This is all we have left. Then we don't do it. His hands came up to cover mine, his grip almost painful. We let the gateway open. We face the primordials together. We fight until we die anyway, until the world ends, and every wolf we've ever cared about becomes a slave to creatures who should have stayed banished. I felt tears burning behind my eyes. That's not a choice, Cassius. That's just slower surrender. And you dying is better. His voice cracked. You think I can just what? Watch you sacrifice yourself? Live with that? The bond would destroy me, Arianeth. Losing you would destroy me. The ritual accounts for that. I showed him another passage, one my mother had underlined multiple times. The surviving mate doesn't have to die. They can channel the grief, the loss, the breaking of the bond. All of it gets redirected into the prison, used to strengthen the seal. You'd survive, Cassius. You'd hurt like hell, but you'd survive. I don't want to survive without you. The raw honesty in his words broke something inside me. I know, I whispered. And I don't want to leave you. Moon, help me. The thought of not being with you, of missing every moment we could have had together, it's killing me. But this is bigger than us. Bigger than what we want. Is it? He pulled me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me like he could physically keep me safe from my own plan. Or is that just what we tell ourselves to justify the unbearable? I didn't have an answer for that. We stood there in the dim light of the tent, holding each other, feeling the bond pulse between us with increasing intensity. The resonance Marcus had mentioned was building. I could feel it like a tide pulling us together, making my skin hypersensitive to every point of contact, making my body ache with need. There's something else, I said quietly. Something I need you to understand. What? The sacrifice has to be willing, completely, freely chosen. If there's any doubt, any hesitation, any part of me that's being forced into this, I pulled back to meet his eyes. The ritual fails, and everything we've fought for means nothing. Cassius's expression shifted to something calculating. So if I refuse to participate, if I physically stop you from going through with this, then you doom the world to save me. I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. And we both get to live with that guilt until the primordials kill us anyway. Is that really what you want? I want you alive. His voice was harsh with desperation. I want a future where we figure this out together, where we have years and decades and a lifetime to explore this bond and build something real. I want. He stopped, his breath catching, because through our bond, he was feeling what I felt. The certainty, the peace, the acceptance of what needed to be done. You've already decided, he said, and it wasn't a question. I decided the moment I read my mother's journal. I touched his face, memorizing every detail. She knew Cassius. She knew someone would have to make this choice, eventually. And she left the instructions for me because she trusted I'd be strong enough to do what needed to be done. Strength isn't the issue. His hands trembled against my back. I know you're strong enough. I'm just not sure I am. Not sure I can stand there and watch you die and then somehow keep existing in a world where you don't. You won't be alone. I gestured toward the canvas wall separating us from Darien. You'll have your pack, your territory, your purpose, and you'll have the knowledge that my death meant something, that it saved countless lives. That's supposed to comfort me? No. I smiled sadly. But maybe in 100 years, when the grief isn't so sharp, you'll look back and understand why I had to do this. Cassius made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. 100 years. You think I'll live that long without you? I think you're one of the strongest men I've ever met. And I think you'll find a way to honor my memory by living, by leading, by making sure the sacrifice wasn't for nothing. He was quiet for a long moment, and I could feel the war raging inside him through our bond. Love versus duty, selfish desire versus noble sacrifice. The desperate wish to keep me safe versus the terrible knowledge that I was right. Finally, he spoke. There has to be another way. Some loophole. Some alternative your mother didn't consider. I've read every page of her research. I held up the journal. Cassius. She spent years looking for alternatives. She tried everything. And in the end, she came back to this because it's the only option that actually works. Then we modify it. Change the parameters. Find a way to split the sacrifice between both of us so neither has to die completely. That defeats the purpose. I was gentle but firm. The ritual requires the full breaking of the bond. Half a death doesn't generate enough power to seal the prison. We either do this properly, or we don't do it at all. Through the bond, I felt his desperation reaching a crescendo. He was searching for any argument, any logic that would convince me to reconsider. And then, suddenly, he went very still. What if I'm the one who sacrifices? He asked quietly. My heart stopped. What? The ritual doesn't specify which partner has to die, does it? Just that one of them does. His eyes met mine with terrible certainty. So what if it's me? You survive. You live on you. No. The word came out more forcefully than I'd intended. Absolutely not. Why not? You get to choose death, but I don't. Because you're the Alpha. I grabbed his arms, shaking him slightly. You have a pack that depends on you. Territory that needs protection. Responsibilities that go beyond just us. I'm nobody. Just the last of a dead bloodline with no pack, no purpose beyond this moment. You're not nobody. His voice was fierce. You're my mate, my equal, my everything. And if you think for 1 second that your life is worth less than mine, it's not about worth. I could feel tears streaming down my face now. It's about impact. Your death would leave a power vacuum, would destabilize the entire region, would make it easier for any surviving primordial agents to seize control. My death just ends. Clean. Simple. No complications. Except for the complication of me going insane from grief. You'll heal. I said it with more confidence than I felt. The bond breaking will hurt, but you'll survive. You'll move on. Maybe even find. Don't. His voice was sharp. Don't you dare suggest I could ever bond with someone else, that I could ever feel for anyone else what I feel for you. I wasn't going to. Yes, you were. He pulled me close again, his forehead pressed to mine. You were going to make this easier by pretending I could replace you. But I can't, Arianeth. There is no replacing you. No moving on. No healing from losing the other half of my soul. The bond between us flared with the truth of his words, and I felt the depth of his love like a physical ache in my chest. Then I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm so sorry for what I'm about to put you through. But I need you to understand, this isn't about not loving you. This is about loving you enough to make the hard choice. To do what needs to be done even though it destroys me. Cassius was silent for a long moment, his breathing ragged against my hair. How long? He finally asked. The resonance peaks at dawn. That's when we'd naturally complete the bond. That's when I have to... I couldn't finish the sentence. 8 hours. His voice was hollow. We have 8 hours left together. Yes. And there's nothing I can say, nothing I can do, no argument I can make that will change your mind. I pulled back to look at him, letting him see the certainty in my eyes. No. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he nodded. All right, he said quietly. If this is really happening, if you're really, then I want these last hours to matter. I want to spend them showing you exactly what you mean to me. Exactly what I'm going to be losing. His hands cupped my face, his thumbs brushing away tears. I love you, Arianeth Valen. Not because the bond tells me to. Not because fate or destiny or ancient manipulation pushed us together. But because you're brave and fierce and brilliant and more than I ever deserved to find. Cassius, let me finish. His voice was rough with emotion. I love you because you make me want to be better. Because you challenge me and stand up to me and refuse to be anything less than my equal. Because even knowing you for only days, you've become the most important thing in my life. He leaned in, his lips brushing mine with heartbreaking gentleness. And if these are the last hours we have together, he whispered, then I want to spend every second reminding you why what we have is worth the sacrifice. Why our love, manipulated or not, is the realest thing either of us has ever known. I kissed him back, pouring everything I felt into the connection, love and grief and desperate longing and the terrible knowledge that this was all we'd ever have. The bond flared between us, pulling us closer, the resonance building toward its inevitable peak. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard my mother's voice one last time. Be brave, my daughter. Be strong. And know that some loves are worth dying for. I understand now. This was my mother's real legacy. Not just the ritual, not just the knowledge, but the courage to make the ultimate sacrifice when the world needed it most. And as Cassius held me close, as we spent our final hours together wrapped in a love that transcended manipulation and destiny, I found peace in knowing that my death would mean something. That my choice would save him, save the Pax, save a world that didn't even know how close it had come to annihilation. The resonance continued building, pulling us toward dawn, toward the moment when everything would change, toward the sacrifice that would end the primordial's plan forever. And though my heart was breaking, every instinct screamed at me to find another way. I was ready. Chapter 12. The hours passed too quickly and too slowly at once. Cassius and I spent them wrapped in each other, the physical closeness easing some of the ache even as it made the approaching loss more unbearable. We talked about everything and nothing, about the life we could have had, the pack we might have built together, the children who would now never exist. And we loved each other with a desperation that transcended the physical, the bond between us growing so intense that I could no longer tell where I ended and he began. Through the canvas wall, I could hear Darian stirring, his breathing steadier now. He'd heard enough of our conversation to understand what was coming, and I felt his grief echoing through the small space like a physical presence. Marcus checked on us twice during the night, his expression satisfied each time he sensed the resonance building. He had no idea what we were actually planning, though he was watching the inevitable formation of his gateway. He would learn the truth soon enough. As the sky began to lighten, the barest hint of pre-dawn gray filtering through the tent, I felt the resonance reach a critical point. My body was on fire with need, with the bond's demand to complete itself, to merge fully with Cassius in the way that would seal our fate. "It's time," I whispered. Cassius's arms tightened around me. "I'm not ready. Neither am I." I touched his face, memorizing every detail in the dim light. "But it's happening whether we're ready or not. The resonance is peaking. I can feel it. Through our bond, I could sense the exact moment when the gateway would begin to form, when our bodies would demand the final joining, when the primordial magic would try to use our connection as a doorway back into this world. We had maybe 30 minutes. "I need you to do something for me," I said, pulling back to meet his eyes. "When it's over, I need you to tell my story. Make sure people know what happened here. Make sure they understand why I made this choice. Arianeth, please." I could feel tears building again. "Don't let me just be another casualty. Don't let my sacrifice be forgotten in whatever history gets written about this war." "I promise." His voice was rough. "I'll make sure everyone knows. The packs, the councils, every wolf from here to the coast. They'll know your name. Know what you did to save them. Thank you." We held each other as the sky continued to lighten, both of us acutely aware of every passing second. "I should prepare," I said finally, though my body screamed in protest at the thought of leaving his arms. "The ritual requires specific positioning, specific words. I need to be ready when the resonance peaks." Cassius helped me stand, his hands never leaving my body, as if he could keep me anchored to life through touch alone. I pulled out my mother's journal, reviewing the ritual one last time. The words were burned into my memory, but I needed to be certain. I needed to be perfect, because there would be no second chances. "The positioning is crucial," I explained, more to steady my own nerves than because Cassius needed the information. "I'll be in the center. You'll be at the cardinal points, moving in a circle, channeling the bond's energy. When the resonance peaks, when the gateway tries to form." I swallowed hard. "That's when I speak the final words. That's when the sacrifice activates. And you're certain it will work?" His voice was hollow. "You're certain that killing yourself will actually seal the prison and not just kill you?" My mother tested the theory. Ran simulations using blood magic and power signatures. The mathematics are sound. I tried to sound confident. "The resonance will invert. Instead of pulling the primordials back into our world, it will push them further away. Seal them in a place beyond reach. Forever." Mathematics. Cassius laughed bitterly. "We're gambling the fate of the world on mathematics." "We're gambling it on love," I corrected. "On the power of a bond so strong that breaking it creates enough energy to reshape reality." That's what the primordials never understood. Love isn't just a tool to be manipulated. It's the most powerful force in existence. And when wielded by someone willing to sacrifice everything. I didn't finish. I didn't need to. Through our bond, Cassius felt my certainty, my absolute conviction that this would work, and his absolute despair that it had to. Outside the tent, I heard movement, footsteps approaching, Marcus's voice calling commands to his corrupted wolves. "He knows," Cassius said. "He can feel the resonance building. He's coming to watch the gateway open." "Good." I squared my shoulders, drawing on reserves of strength I didn't know I possessed. Let him watch. Let him see his centuries of planning crumble. The tent flap opened and Marcus stepped inside, his expression eager. "It's time. I can feel the resonance reaching critical mass. Within the hour, the gateway will." He stopped, his eyes narrowing as he took in our positioning. The journal opens on the ground. The symbols I'd drawn in charcoal on the tent floor. "What is this?" His voice was sharp with suspicion. "Insurance," I said calmly. "Did you really think we'd just surrender? That we'd let you use us without a fight?" Marcus's expression darkened. "The ritual. You're attempting the ritual. Give the ancient primordial a prize," Cassius said mockingly. "Yes, we're attempting it. And there's nothing you can do to stop us without destroying the resonance you need for your gateway. The ritual won't work." But there was uncertainty in Marcus's voice now. "You don't have the necessary components, don't have the natural bonds required to anchor the magic." "We have something better," I interrupted. "We have a love that chose itself despite your manipulation. A bond that grew real despite being engineered." And we have a willingness to sacrifice everything to stop you. I could see Marcus calculating, weighing his options. If he interrupted now, he'd destroy the resonance and ruin his own plans. But if he let us proceed, if the ritual actually worked. You're bluffing, he said finally. Your mother's ritual requires a blood sacrifice. Requires one of you to die. And I felt your bond. You love each other too much to actually go through with it. You're wrong. Cassius's voice was steady despite the pain radiating through our connection. Love isn't what makes you unwilling to sacrifice. It's what makes the sacrifice meaningful. Marcus stared at us, and for the first time since we'd met him, I saw genuine uncertainty cross his face. Guards, he called. Corrupted wolves poured into the tent, surrounding us with weapons drawn. Interrupt the ritual, Marcus ordered. Separate them if you have to. Just make sure they don't. Too late, I said quietly, because I could feel it now. The resonance hitting its peak. The bond demanded completion with an intensity that made my entire body shake. The gateway was trying to form, and I was ready to stop it. I began speaking the ritual words, my voice resonating with power that seemed to come from somewhere beyond myself. The symbols on the ground began to glow, responding to the ancient magic my mother had encoded in her instructions. Cassius moved into position, his own voice joining mine in the counterpoint harmonies the ritual required. Our voices wove together, creating a frequency that made the air shimmer, making reality itself seem to bend. The corrupted wolves tried to advance, but the magic forming around us pushed them back. Marcus shouted orders, but his voice seemed distant, muffled by the building power. Through the bond, I felt the exact moment when the gateway tried to stabilize, felt the primordial magic reaching through the resonance, seeking purchase in our world. And I spoke the final words of the ritual, the words that would invert the resonance, the words that required my willing sacrifice. By blood and bone, by soul and star, I offer myself freely. Let my death seal what my life could not. Let the bond that brought us together be the chain that binds our enemies forever. Let love triumph over manipulation, choice over destiny, sacrifice over surrender. I felt the magic surge, felt it seeking the power source it needed to complete the transformation. It found my life force and pulled. Pain exploded through every nerve, so intense I would have screamed if I'd had breath. The bond between Cassius and me stretched, frayed, began to tear as my life drained away to fuel the ritual. Through the agony, I heard Cassius roar, not in his human voice, but in his wolf's, a sound of such anguished fury that it shook the ancient ruins. No, his mental voice was desperate. Arianeth, no, you can't. I love you, I sent back, pouring every ounce of feeling into those final words. I will always love you. Remember that. Remember me. And live. The bond shattered. The pain of it was indescribable, like being torn in half, like losing part of my soul, like dying and being forced to witness my own death. But even as I felt myself fading, even as darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, I saw it work. The gateway that had been forming, that doorway between worlds, suddenly reversed. Instead of pulling the primordials back into our reality, it became a prison, a cage of woven light and shattered bonds that dragged them deeper into exile. I heard Marcus scream as the magic caught him, pulling him toward the collapsing gateway. No, you can't. I am primordial. I am eternal. I cannot be. His words cut off as the prison sealed, the ancient evil that had threatened our world suddenly and permanently gone. The corrupted wolves collapsed like puppets with cut strings, the magic animating them severed by Marcus's banishment. And I fell. Cassius caught me before I hit the ground, his arms cradling me with desperate gentleness. I could see his face above me, could see tears streaming down his cheeks, could feel through our dying bond the absolute devastation consuming him. You did it, he choked out. Moon, help us. You actually did it. The primordials are sealed. The gateway is closed. You saved everyone. Good, I managed, my voice barely a whisper. That's good. My vision was fading, the world becoming gray at the edges. I could feel my heartbeat slowing, could feel my body shutting down as the ritual claimed its price. But I could also feel something else. Warmth. Light. a presence that felt like moonlight and ancient power and maternal love. The moon herself came to witness my final moments. Well done, daughter, her voice echoed in my fading consciousness. You chose bravely, loved deeply, sacrificed nobly. You have honored both your mother's memory and your own potential. Will it hold? I asked, my thoughts becoming fragmented. Will the prison keep them sealed? Forever, she promised. Your sacrifice has woven magic that cannot be undone. The primordials will never threaten this world again. And Cassius? That was what mattered most. Will he be okay? The moon was quiet for a moment. The bond breaking will wound him deeply. But he is strong. And he has a purpose now, to honor your memory, to lead his pack, to ensure your sacrifice was not in vain. He will heal. Slowly. But he will heal. Relief flooded through me, even as I felt my grip on life loosening. Thank you, I told her, for everything. For the bond, even manipulated as it was. For the love, even as brief as it was. For the chance to matter. You have always mattered, the moon said gently. And you always will. Your story will be told for generations. The Alpha who loved so deeply she gave her life to save the world. My awareness was fading now, consciousness slipping away like water through fingers. The last thing I felt was Cassius's arms around me, holding me close even as I died. The last thing I heard was his voice, broken and raw, whispering words of love I would carry into whatever came next. I love you. I will always love you. And I swear on my Alpha blood, on every star in the sky, that your sacrifice will not be forgotten, that your name will be honored, that your love will be remembered. And then, darkness, peace, the knowledge that I had done what needed to be done, that my choice had mattered, that love, real, true, chosen love, had been enough to save everything. In the ruins of the first temple, as the sun rose over the shattered peaks, Cassius Thornbreaker held the body of his mate and howled his grief to the uncaring sky. The corrupted wolves lay still around them, freed from their enslavement by the primordial's banishment. Darian emerged from the tent, his face streaked with tears as he witnessed the aftermath of a sacrifice that had saved them all. And across the territories, in every pack from the coast to the mountains, wolves felt the moment when the threat they'd been fighting suddenly and inexplicably ended. They didn't know yet what had happened. Didn't know that a young alpha female had given her life to seal away an ancient evil. Didn't know that a bond forged in manipulation had become the weapon that saved the world. But they would. Cassius would make sure of it. He would tell Arianeth the story, honor her memory, ensure that every wolf knew the price she'd paid for their freedom. And as he cradled her lifeless body in the growing light of dawn, as he felt the gaping wound where their bond had been, as he faced a future without the other half of his soul, he made a vow to live, to lead, to be worthy of the sacrifice she'd made, to love her memory so fiercely that even death couldn't diminish what they'd shared, and to never, ever forget that she had chosen him, not because of destiny or manipulation or ancient plans, but because their love, brief and bright and beautiful, had been real. And some loves are worth dying for. Chapter 13. 3 months later, the memorial stood in the center of Thornbreaker territory, carved from white marble that caught the moonlight like captured stars. Arianeth Valen's name was etched in letters large enough to be read from a distance, surrounded by the pack symbols of every territory she'd saved. Beneath her name, the words Cassius had chosen with painstaking care. She loved fiercely. She chose bravely. She sacrificed everything so that we might live free. Cassius stood before it as he did every night, his hand pressed against the cold stone, the phantom ache of their severed bond a constant companion. 3 months. It had been 3 months since he'd held her dying body in his arms. 3 months since he'd felt the bond shatter, taking half his soul with it. 3 months since the world had been saved at a cost he was still struggling to accept. The packs had honored her as he'd promised. Her name was spoken with reverence in pack councils, her story told to pups as a lesson in courage and sacrifice. Monuments had been erected in her memory across the territories, but none of it brought her back. Alpha. Darian's voice was quiet, respectful. The council is gathering. They're waiting for your decision on the northern territories. Cassius didn't turn. Tell them I'll be there shortly. Alpha, they've been waiting for 2 hours. The Silverthorn Pack is in disarray without leadership. Someone needs to take control before. I said I'll be there shortly. Cassius's tone left no room for argument. He heard Darian's footsteps retreating, leaving him alone with his grief and the cold marble that was all he had left of the woman he'd loved. The bond breaking had nearly killed him. For the first week, he'd been barely functional, the pain so intense that his wolf had taken over just to keep his body alive. Darian had told him later that he'd shifted and remained in wolf form for 6 days straight, howling at the moon until his voice gave out. The second week had been marginally better. The sharp agony had dulled to a constant ache, and he'd regained enough control to shift back to human form. But the emptiness where Arianeth had been that hadn't faded. By the third week, duty had forced him to start functioning again. The primordial's banishment had left a power vacuum. Corrupted wolves had been freed from their enslavement, but were traumatized, disoriented, many requiring extensive rehabilitation. Pack structures had been disrupted. Territories needed to be reorganized. And Cassius, as one of the most powerful remaining alphas, had been thrust into a leadership position he'd never wanted. He'd accepted it because Arianeth had asked him to live, to lead, to make her sacrifice mean something. But Moon helped him. It was hard. Every decision felt hollow without her perspective. Every victory felt empty without her there to share it. Every night, he reached for her through a bond that no longer existed, only to remember with fresh pain that she was gone. I miss you, he whispered to the memorial, his voice rough from disuse. Every moment of every day I miss you, and I don't know how to keep doing this without you. The marble offered no response. Cassius was about to turn away, to force himself to attend the council meeting, to play the role of strong alpha that everyone needed him to be, when he felt it. A pulse, faint, distant, but unmistakable, from the severed bond. His heart stopped. That was impossible. The bond was gone, shattered beyond repair when Arianeth had died. He'd felt it break, felt the connection tear apart as her life force was consumed by the ritual. There was no bond to pulse, and yet, there it was again, stronger this time, a familiar warmth that made his knees weak with desperate hope and crushing fear that he was finally losing his mind to grief. Cassius? The mental voice was so faint he almost missed it, like a whisper carried on a wind from very far away. But it was her voice, Arianeth's voice. Impossible. No, he said aloud, backing away from the memorial. No, this isn't real. You're dead. I held you. I felt you die. This is just grief playing tricks. My mind creating what I want to hear because I can't accept. Cassius, please. I don't have much time. Need you to listen. The pulse came again, and this time it was accompanied by a sensation he recognized, her presence in his mind, exactly as it had been when their bond was active. But that was impossible. Dead wolves didn't have bonds. Dead wolves didn't communicate through mental connections. Dead wolves stayed dead. Unless Cassius's eyes snapped to the memorial, to the white marble that suddenly seemed less like a monument and more like a marker, a focal point, an anchor. He pressed both hands against the stone, opening himself fully to whatever this was, hallucination, ghostly visitation, or something else entirely. The bond flared to life, not as strong as it had been, not the brilliant golden thread that had connected them before, but present, real, there. How? He demanded, his mental voice shaking. How is this possible? You died. I felt you die. I did die. Arianeth's mental voice was tinged with confusion and wonder. I remember the ritual, remember the bond breaking, remember fading. But then I was somewhere else, somewhere in between. In between what? Life and death, the living world and whatever comes after. The moon called it the threshold, said I was being held there because my sacrifice created a magical debt that hadn't been balanced. Cassius's mind was racing. Magical debt? The ritual required my life, but it also required the power generated by breaking our bond. By combining those two things, my death and our severed connection, it created energy that sealed the primordials away. But, she paused, and he could feel her struggling to find the right words. But the moon said the sacrifice was too perfect, too complete. The amount of power generated was more than necessary to seal the prison, and all that excess energy it had nowhere to go. Understanding began to dawn, impossible and terrifying and achingly hopeful all at once. So it's been sustaining you, Cassius finished, keeping you in this threshold state, alive but not living, present but not here. Exactly. The moon said she could use that excess power in two ways. Through the bond, he felt her emotion, a complicated mixture of hope and fear and desperate longing. She could let it dissipate naturally, which would take years. Eventually, I would fade completely and move on to whatever comes next. Or, Cassius's hands were shaking against the marble. Or she could channel it back into the bond. Use it to repair what was broken. To bring me back. The world tilted. Back, Cassius said aloud, his voice cracking. You mean alive? Actually alive? Not a ghost or a spirit or... Alive, Arianeth confirmed. In the flesh. Present in the world again. With you. It was too much. Too impossible. Too much like the desperate fantasies he'd been torturing himself with for 3 months. What's the catch? He asked, because there always was one. Magic never worked cleanly, never gave without taking. What's the price? Time. Her mental voice was quiet. The moon said that if I return, I won't be immortal. Won't have the extended lifespan that most bonded alphas develop. I'll age normally, human fast, which means we'll have maybe 50 or 60 years together instead of centuries. Through the bond, he felt her confirmation. And suddenly he was laughing. Not the bitter, hollow sound that had become his default, but genuine, relieved, almost hysterical laughter that echoed off the marble memorial and probably made him look insane to anyone watching. You're laughing? Arianeth sounded confused. Cassius, I'm telling you that even if I come back, we'll have a fraction of the time most bonded pairs get. That you'll have to watch me grow old and die while you're still in your prime. That's everything, he interrupted, his mental voice fierce. 50 years with you is worth more than 500 without you. 60 years of watching you grow old is a gift I'd sell my soul for. Don't you understand? I don't care about immortality or extended lifespans or living forever. I care about you, about having you here, real, alive. He felt her relief flood through the bond, warm and bright. Then you accept the terms? She asked. You'll take me back, knowing I'm not going to last as long as you will? I'll take you back if you come covered in warnings and conditions and magical complications, Cassius said. I'll take you back broken or wounded or changed. I'll take you back any way I can get you, Arianeth. Just come back. Through the bond, he felt the moon's presence, that ancient, maternal power that had witnessed his vow. So be it. The moon's voice resonated through both their minds. The dead is balanced. The power is channeled. The bond is restored. But remember, my children, this is a gift given once. There are no second resurrections, no additional chances. What you have together, treasure it. Every moment, every day, because it is finite and therefore precious. The bond flared with brilliant golden light, stronger than it had ever been even before Arianeth's death. And Cassius felt her, not distant, not faint, not a whisper from beyond, but present, in the world, somewhere close. His head whipped around, scanning the moonlit clearing. And there, standing at the edge of the memorial grounds, her form solidifying from silver light into solid flesh, was Arianeth. She looked exactly as he remembered. Dark hair with silver streaks, warm brown eyes now flecked with gold, the crescent moon pendant hanging around her neck. She wore simple clothes that seemed woven from moonlight itself, and she was staring at him with an expression of wonder and disbelief and overwhelming love. Cassius moved. He didn't remember deciding to run, and didn't consciously choose to close the distance between them. One moment he was standing at the memorial, and the next he had her in his arms, holding her so tightly he was probably hurting her, but unable to make himself let go. She was real, solid and warm and breathing and alive. You came back, he said against her hair, his voice breaking. Moon, help me, you actually came back. I came back, her arms wrapped around him just as tightly, her face pressed against his chest. I'm here. I'm real. And I'm never leaving you again. They stood there in the moonlight, holding each other, both of them crying and laughing and trying to process the impossible miracle they'd been given. Through their restored bond, Cassius could feel everything she felt, the joy, the relief, the lingering disorientation of having been dead and then suddenly not, the overwhelming love that made her shake in his arms. I have so many questions, he finally managed, about the threshold, about what you experienced, about how this is even possible. Later, Arianeth pulled back just enough to look at him, her eyes shining with tears. Right now, I just want to be here. With you. Real and present and alive. She reached up, cupping his face in her hands the way she used to, the gesture so familiar it made his chest ache. I love you, she said, her voice steady and certain. I loved you enough to die for you. And now I get to love you enough to live for you. For however many years we have. 50 or 60 or even just 20. It doesn't matter. As long as we're together. Cassius kissed her, pouring 3 months of grief and longing and desperate hope into the connection. The bond flared between them, golden and bright and whole, stronger for having been broken and repaired. When they finally pulled apart, both breathless, Arianeth smiled. So, she said, a hint of her old humor returning. What did I miss? How badly did the packs fall apart without me? Despite everything, Cassius laughed. You've been dead for 3 months, and that's your first question? I'm practical. She was grinning now, and it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Besides, I can see the memorial. See my name carved in marble and surrounded by pack symbols. Clearly, I made an impression. You saved the world, Arianeth. You earned the memorial. We saved the world, she corrected. Together. And we're going to rebuild it together, too. Through the bond, Cassius felt her certainty, her strength, her absolute refusal to let her second chance be wasted on grief or hesitation. She was right. They had been given an impossible gift, a resurrection that shouldn't have been possible, a restored bond that should have stayed broken, a future together when all hope of one had died. And they were going to make every moment count. Come on, Arianeth said, taking his hand. You said something about a council meeting? I want to see the looks on everyone's faces when the dead alpha female walks into the room and starts offering opinions. You just came back from the dead, Cassius protested. Shouldn't you rest? Recover? Process what just happened. I've been resting for 3 months on a mystical threshold between life and death. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. I'm done resting. I'm ready to live. She pulled him toward the pack house, their bond singing with renewed strength and purpose. And as they walked together through the moonlit territory, past wolves who stopped and stared in shock, past the memorial that would now serve a different purpose, past all the monuments to a sacrifice that had somehow been reversed, Cassius felt something he hadn't felt in 3 months. Hope, not the desperate, fragile kind that breaks at the first sign of difficulty, but solid, unshakable hope built on the foundation of a love that had literally conquered death. They had been torn apart by sacrifice and duty and impossible choices. They had been reunited by mercy and magic and the moon's blessing. And whatever time they had together, 50 years or 60 or however many the fates allowed, they would spend it building something beautiful. Something worthy of the second chance they'd been given. Something that proved that love, when tested and purified and chosen, was the strongest force in existence. The moon shone down on them as they entered the pack house hand in hand. And somewhere in the space between worlds, the moon herself smiled. Because some stories don't end with death. Some loves are too powerful to be contained by something as simple as mortality. And some bonds, once forged in the fires of sacrifice, are strong enough to transcend even death itself. Chapter 14. The council room fell into absolute silence the moment Arianeth walked through the door. 12 alphas, representatives from every major pack in the Western Territories, sat around the massive oak table, their discussions about territorial reorganization dying mid-sentence as they stared at the woman, who was supposed to be dead. Alpha Rebecca Stormheart recovered first, rising from her seat with an expression somewhere between shock and wonder. Impossible. And yet, Arianeth smiled, though Cassius could feel her nervousness through the bond. Here I am, very much alive and ready to participate in whatever decisions you're making about my sacrifice. Your sacrifice, Alpha Devon Nightrunner, a grizzled wolf who controlled the mountain territories, stood as well, his voice rough with emotion. We've spent 3 months honoring your memory, building monuments, telling your story, and you just walk back in like it was a temporary inconvenience. Not exactly temporary. Arianeth moved to stand beside Cassius at the head of the table, her hand finding him automatically. I died. Fully and completely died. The ritual worked as intended. The primordials are sealed, the corruption is ended, and the world is safe. But the moon decided that the price I paid earned me a second chance. The moon herself intervened. This came from Alpha Sarah Moonwhisper, whose coastal pack had lost the most wolves to corruption. That hasn't happened in centuries, Rebecca finished. Not since the First Covenant. This is unprecedented. So is a conspiracy spanning generations to bring back ancient evils, Cassius said. I'd say these circumstances warrant some unprecedented responses. The Alphas exchanged glances, and Cassius could read the mixture of emotions playing across their faces. Relief that Arianeth lived, confusion about what her return meant for the power structures they'd been building, and underlying it all, a deep respect for what she'd accomplished. The question, Devon said slowly, is what happens now. You saved us, Arianeth. Gave your life to seal away a threat we didn't even fully understand. And now you're back. Which means, he trailed off, clearly struggling with how to phrase what he was thinking. Which means I'm a living reminder of everything that almost destroyed us, Arianeth finished for him. A symbol of the primordial's manipulation. A bond that was engineered as a weapon but became our salvation. I wouldn't have put it quite that bluntly, Rebecca said. But yes, your return raises questions about the nature of bonds, about manipulation versus destiny, about how we rebuild when the foundations we trusted were compromised. Through their bond, Cassius felt Arianeth's calm certainty even as she spoke to the room. Then let me answer those questions, she said. Yes, my bond with Cassius was manipulated. The primordials engineered our bloodlines over generations to create the exact combination of power they needed. They pushed us together, accelerated our connection, turned something that should have been beautiful into a weapon. She paused, letting the words sink in. But they failed to account for one thing, our choice. Cassius and I could have let the bond control us, could have become the gateway they intended. Instead, we chose to turn their weapon against them, chose to sacrifice everything to stop them. And that choice, made freely in the face of manipulation, that's what saved us all. Pretty words, Devon said, though his tone was respectful rather than dismissive. But what does that mean practically? How do we move forward knowing that some of our most fundamental beliefs about bonds, about destiny, about the moon's will, were compromised? We accept that manipulation exists, Cassius said, but we don't let it define us. Yes, some bonds might be influenced by external forces. Yes, some of what we thought was destiny might have been careful planning. But that doesn't make the love any less real. Doesn't make the choices any less meaningful. And how do we tell the difference? Sarah asked, how do we know which bonds are genuine and which are products of interference? Arianeth smiled sadly. We probably can't. Not with certainty. But maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is that we choose to honor the bonds we have, to build on the connections we've formed, regardless of how they started. The room felt quiet as the Alphas processed this. Finally, Rebecca spoke. You're suggesting we accept uncertainty. Accept that we might never know for sure what's real versus what was manipulated. And just move forward anyway. I'm suggesting we recognize that life is complicated, Arianeth corrected gently. That love doesn't fit into neat categories of pure or corrupted. That bonds can be both engineered and real. And that what matters isn't how something started, but what we choose to do with it. Through the bond, Cassius felt her drawing on their shared experience, the impossible complexity of loving someone while knowing that love had been encouraged by enemies, of trusting a connection while understanding it had been manipulated, of choosing each other despite every reason to question whether those choices were truly free. Besides, Arianeth continued, obsessing over whether our bonds are genuine or influenced, that's just another form of the primordials' victory. They wanted to destabilize us, wanted us to question everything. If we spend the next decade tearing ourselves apart over authenticity versus manipulation, we're giving them exactly what they wanted. Devon nodded slowly. So we move forward, rebuild, and trust that our choices define us more than the circumstances that brought us together. Exactly. And what about you? Sarah asked, her pale blue eyes assessing. You and Cassius, you've been through something no other bonded pair has experienced. You died and came back. Your bond was broken and restored. What does that make you? Cassius and Arianeth exchanged glances, a whole conversation passing through their bond in an instant. Survivors, Cassius said finally, witnesses to the fact that love, real, chosen love, can overcome even death. And hopefully, symbols of the fact that we can rebuild from anything if we're willing to try. Rebecca stood, moving around the table to face them directly. Her expression was thoughtful, measuring. 3 months ago, she said, I would have dismissed all of this as impossible romanticism, would have said that bonds were sacred and unchangeable, that death was final, that the natural order couldn't be defied. She paused, her gaze moving between them. But you've proven that sometimes the impossible happens, that the rules we thought were absolute aren't. And if bonds can be manipulated and real, if death can be reversed, if the moon herself can intervene when she chooses, then maybe we need to rethink everything we thought we knew. Is that terrifying or liberating? Arianeth asked with a slight smile. Both. Rebecca's lips quirked. Absolutely both. But I'd rather face an uncertain future with the knowledge that miracles are possible than cling to certainties that turned out to be lies. One by one, the other alphas nodded their agreement. Devon was the last to speak. I'm old, he said bluntly. I've seen a lot of changes in my time. Watched the packs evolve, watched power shift, watched alliances form and crumble. And I'll admit, when we first learned about the Primordials conspiracy, I thought it might destroy us. Thought the revelations would tear apart everything we built. He stood, his weathered face serious but not unkind. But looking at you two, at what you survived, at what you chose, at the fact that you're here against all odds, I think maybe we'll be okay. Maybe we're stronger than the forces that tried to break us. Maybe love really is more powerful than manipulation. Maybe, Cassius agreed. Or maybe we're just too stubborn to stay broken. That earned a laugh from several alphas, breaking the tension that had built in the room. So, Rebecca said, returning to her seat. Practical matters. Arianeth, you've returned from the dead with unique knowledge about the primordials, their methods, their remaining agents. That makes you invaluable for the cleanup operation. Remaining agents? Arianeth's attention sharpened. I thought Marcus was the last of them, though the ritual sealed them all away. Marcus was the last of the original primordials, Devon clarified. But he'd spent centuries building a network. Corrupted wolves who were freed from direct control, but still loyal to the cause. Agents who'd been placed in positions of power. Sleeper cells waiting to be activated. Through the bond, Cassius felt Arianeth's dismay. How many are we talking about? Unknown. Sarah spread her hands helplessly. Your mother's research identified some, but we're discovering more every week. Most are cooperating with interrogations, genuinely horrified by what they were part of. But some are true believers, Arianeth finished. They think the primordials were right, that they should have ruled, that sealing them away was a crime against the natural order. Exactly. Rebecca's expression was grim. And those believers are dangerous. They don't have primordial power backing them anymore, but they have knowledge, resources, contacts. They're working to undermine the new peace, trying to sow discord and chaos. So the fight isn't over, Cassius said. We stopped the immediate threat, but we're dealing with the aftermath. All wars have aftermaths, Devon said. The question is how we handle this one. We could hunt down every suspected primordial agent, conduct purges, create an atmosphere of paranoia and suspicion. Or, or we could offer redemption, Arianeth said quietly. Give the ones who were manipulated a chance to make different choices. Show them that we're building something better than what the primordials promised. You want to forgive wolves who were complicit in genocide. Sarah's voice was sharp. My pack lost 43 wolves to corruption. 43 families were destroyed. And you're suggesting we just let the ones responsible walk free? No. Arianeth's voice was firm. I'm suggesting we distinguish between the wolves who chose evil and the ones who were manipulated into it. Between true believers who need to face justice and victims who need rehabilitation. She leaned forward, her hands flat on the table. The primordials wanted to divide us, wanted us fighting each other over who was corrupted and who was pure. If we turn this into a witch hunt, if we start seeing enemies everywhere, we're doing their work for them. She's right, Cassius said, backing his mate despite his own anger at what had been done to the packs. We need justice, yes, but we also need healing. And you don't heal by tearing yourself apart looking for infection. The Alphas debated for hours, voices rising and falling as they argued about the best path forward. Arianeth and Cassius contributed when asked, but mostly they listened, letting the various packs work through their grief and anger and fear. Finally, as the moon reached its peak outside the windows, Rebecca called for order. We vote, she said, all in favor of establishing a Truth and Reconciliation Council to investigate primordial influence, offer redemption where appropriate, and pursue justice where necessary. Signal now. One by one, hands rose around the table. It wasn't unanimous. 2 Alphas abstained, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of mercy for those who'd participated in the conspiracy. But the majority agreed. Motion carries, Rebecca declared. We'll establish the council within the month. Nominations for leadership positions will be accepted from all packs. She turned to Arianeth. I'd like to nominate you. Your experience, your mother's research, and your unique perspective on manipulation versus choice all make you ideal for this role. Through the bond, Cassius felt Arianeth's surprise and uncertainty. I'm honored, she said slowly, but I'm also newly returned from the dead and still processing what that means. Maybe someone with more stability, someone who wasn't directly targeted by the primordials? Rebecca interrupted. Someone who doesn't carry the scars of their manipulation. Arianeth, those experiences don't disqualify you. They make you exactly the right person for this role. She's right, Devon added. You understand what it's like to be used, to have your choices questioned, to wonder if what you feel is real or manufactured. That empathy will be crucial in distinguishing between genuine remorse and strategic deception. Arianeth looked at Cassius, a silent question in her eyes. Through the bond, he sent his support. Your choice. Whatever you decide, I'll back you. But for what it's worth, I think you'd be brilliant at this. She smiled, then turned back to the council. I'll accept the nomination. On one condition. Name it, Rebecca said. That we approach this with mercy as our default, not our exception. That we remember these wolves, even the ones who did terrible things, are victims too. Victims of centuries of manipulation. And that if we're truly going to rebuild better than what came before, we need to start with forgiveness. The room was quiet for a long moment. Then, one by one, the Alphas nodded their agreement. Forgiveness, Rebecca said, tempered with justice. Mercy balanced with accountability. Can we all agree to that? A chorus of assent rose from around the table. And just like that, the path forward was set. Not easy, not simple, but it is possible. As the meeting adjourned and the Alphas began to disperse, Cassius pulled Arianeth aside, into a quiet corner where they could have a moment of privacy. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. Leading the Truth and Reconciliation Council will mean reliving everything that happened. Confronting wolves who were part of the conspiracy. Dealing with the same manipulation you experienced firsthand. I'm sure. Arianeth's voice was steady. My mother spent years investigating the primordials. Died trying to expose them. The least I can do is finish her work properly. Make sure the wolves who were used get a chance at redemption. Make sure the ones who choose evil face consequences. Through the bond, Cassius felt her determination, her sense of purpose. Besides, she added with a small smile, I came back from the dead for a reason. Might as well make it count. He pulled her close, breathing in her scent, still familiar despite the faint hint of something else now, something that spoke of moonlight and thresholds and places between life and death. I love you, he said simply, and I'm proud of you. Proud of your strength, your compassion, your refusal to let what was done to us define who we become. I love you too. Arianeth rose on her toes to kiss him gently, and I'm grateful. For you. For this bond, for the second chance we've been given. Even with all the complications, even knowing our time is limited, I wouldn't change any of it. They stood there for a moment, wrapped in each other and the bond that had survived death itself. Outside, the moon shone down on the territories they'd saved. And somewhere in the space between worlds, the moon herself watched over her children with quiet satisfaction. The fight wasn't over. There would be challenges ahead, primordial agents to root out, divisions to heal, trust to rebuild. But for the first time in generations, the Pax had hope. I hope that love can overcome manipulation. I hope that death isn't always final. Hope that even when everything seems lost, miracles were still possible. Chapter 15. 5 years later. The sun was setting over Thornbreaker territory, painting the mountains in shades of gold and crimson that reminded Arianeth of the blood moon that had started everything. She stood on the balcony of the home she and Cassius had built together, not in the main keep, but a smaller residence on the edge of the territory where they could have privacy when they needed it. Below, she could see wolves gathering for the evening meal, could hear the sounds of children playing, and could feel the steady pulse of pack life that had become as familiar as breathing. 5 years. It had been 5 years since she'd walked back from death. 5 years of rebuilding, healing, creating something new from the ashes of what the primordials had tried to destroy. The Truth and Reconciliation Council had been harder than she'd anticipated. Confronting wolves who'd been part of the conspiracy, determining which had been manipulated and which had chosen evil willingly, offering redemption while ensuring justice. It had taken 3 years of careful investigation, countless interviews, and more heartbreak than she cared to remember. But they'd done it. The conspiracy had been dismantled, the agents identified. The true believers faced consequences while the manipulated received help reintegrating into pack life. And slowly, painfully, the wounds had begun to heal. You're thinking too hard again. Cassius's voice came from behind her, warm with affection. I can feel it through the bond. Arianeth smiled without turning, just remembering, reflecting, his arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. Anything specific? Everything. She leaned into his warmth. How far we've come. How much has changed. How grateful I am for every moment we've had together. Through the bond, she felt his sudden concern. That sounds dangerously close to goodbye talk. Not goodbye. She turned in his arms to face him. Just acknowledgement. I can feel it, Cassius. My body is aging, changing. The mortality the moon warned me about. It was true. While Cassius still looked exactly as he had 5 years ago, barely 30 in his prime, Arianeth had aged visibly. Not dramatically, but noticeably. Lines at the corners of her eyes, silver threading through more of her hair. A subtle slowing of her enhanced abilities. Human fast aging, the moon had said. And she'd been right. You're still beautiful, Cassius said fiercely. Every silver hair, every line, every sign that you're living and breathing and here with me. I know. Arianeth touched his face tenderly. And I'm not afraid of aging. Not really. I just want to make sure we use the time we have wisely. That we don't waste a single moment. We won't. His hand covered hers. Every day with you is a gift I'll never take for granted. They stood there in the fading light, comfortable in the silence that came from 5 years of learning each other's rhythms, of building a life together that was theirs alone. There's something I need to tell you, Arianeth said finally. Through the bond, Cassius felt her nervous excitement. What is it? She took his hand and placed it over her stomach, letting him feel what she'd only confirmed that morning. A heartbeat, faint but unmistakable, growing inside her. Cassius's eyes widened. We're pregnant, Arianeth finished, her smile radiant. I'm pregnant. About 2 months along, according to the healer. For a moment, Cassius just stared at her, his hand pressed to her still flat stomach, his emotions flooding through the bond in a tsunami of joy and wonder and terrified love. But the moon said you'd aged normally, he managed. She didn't say anything about children. I assumed that part of the bond wouldn't work because of your mortality. Apparently, love finds a way. Arianeth was crying and laughing at the same time. The healer said it's rare for bonded pairs with different aging rates to conceive, but not impossible. And our bond is unique. Strong enough to have survived death. Strong enough to create life. Cassius pulled her close, holding her with a gentleness that spoke of precious things and careful hands. A child, he whispered. Our child. Someone who'll carry both our bloodlines, both of our stories. Someone who'll grow up knowing that love can overcome anything, Arianeth added. Those bonds can be both manipulated and real. That sacrifice and second chances are possible. Through the bond, she felt his overwhelming emotion, joy tempered with fear for her safety. Love mixed with the terrible knowledge that she would age and fade while their child grew, that he would eventually watch both of them slip away from him. Don't, she said gently. Don't borrow grief from the future. We have now. We have this moment. And we'll have years of moments with our child. That's enough. It's not enough. Cassius's voice was rough. It will never be enough. But it's everything I have, and I'll treasure every second. They spent the evening planning, discussing nurseries and names and the logistical challenges of raising a child in the complex political landscape they'd helped create. Through it all, the bond hummed between them, stronger than ever, a constant reminder of what they'd built together. Later, as they lay in bed with moonlight streaming through the windows, Arianeth's head resting on Cassius's chest, she felt him thinking. What is it? She asked. I want to make sure our child knows your story. Your mother's story. The truth about what happened, about the sacrifice, about everything we fought for. They will, Arianeth promised. We'll make sure of it, but not as a burden, as a gift, as proof that they come from a line of wolves who chose courage over fear, love over manipulation, sacrifice over surrender. And what about my aging? She felt his body tense. What about the fact that they'll watch you grow old while I stay young? That's going to be confusing for them. Painful. Maybe. Arianeth propped herself up to look at him. Or maybe it'll teach them that love doesn't require matching timelines. That commitment means staying even when things are hard. That choosing each other, every day, despite challenges, is what makes a bond real. Through their connection, Cassius sent waves of love and gratitude, and aching sorrow for the finite nature of their time together. How do you do it? He asked quietly. How do you face mortality so calmly, knowing that every year brings you closer to an end I won't share? Because I've already died once, Arianeth said simply. I've stood on the threshold between life and death, and I learned something there that I don't think most people understand until it's too late. What's that? That life isn't measured in years. It's measured in moments, in choices, in the love we give and the connections we build. She touched his face tenderly. I could live 300 years and feel like I'd wasted every moment. Or I could live 60 years and feel like I'd lived a dozen lifetimes. It's not about quantity, Cassius. It's about quality. He pulled her close, kissing her with a desperation that spoke of holding on and letting go simultaneously. I don't know if I'm strong enough for this, he admitted. Strong enough to watch you age and fade, and eventually leave, Arianeth finished gently. I know, and I'm sorry for that. Sorry that loving me means you'll eventually lose me. But she placed his hand over her stomach again, over the new life growing there. But you won't be alone. You'll have our child, our legacy, living proof that our love created something that will outlast us both. Cassius's hand trembled against her stomach. What if they inherit your mortality? What if I have to watch them age and die too? Then you'll love them fiercely for however long you have them. Arianeth's voice was firm. Just like you love me. Just like we'll teach them to love, without holding back, without fear, without letting the finite nature of life diminish its value. They lay there in the moonlight, wrapped in each other and the bond and the miracle of new life they'd created. And in the silence, Arianeth felt the moon's presence, that ancient, maternal power that had given her this second chance. "You are doing well," the moon's voice whispered in her mind, teaching him, preparing him, showing him that endings are part of love, not its negation. "Will it be enough?" Arianeth asked. "When the time comes, when I age and fade and leave him, will he survive it?" "He survived losing you once," the moon reminded her. "He will survive losing you again. Though it will break him, it will not destroy him. Because you are teaching him that love's value isn't diminished by its ending. That precious things are more precious because they're temporary. And our child, it will be extraordinary." The moon's voice carried warmth. "Will carry both your courage and his strength. Will be the bridge between what was and what will be." The presence faded, leaving Arianeth with a sense of peace she hadn't felt in months. "The moon was here," Cassius said, feeling the shift in her emotions through the bond. "What did she say?" "That we're doing well. That our child will be extraordinary." Arianeth smiled. "And that love's value isn't diminished by its ending." "Easy for her to say," Cassius muttered. "She's eternal. Maybe that's why she understands better than anyone." Arianeth kissed him gently. "Because she's watched countless lives begin and end. I watched love bloom and fade and bloom again. And she still believes it's worth it. Still thinks the temporary nature of mortal love makes it more beautiful, not less." Cassius was quiet for a long moment. "Then, tell me about the threshold. About what it was like when you were between." Arianeth rarely spoke about her time in that space between life and death. The memories were strange, dreamlike, and difficult to put into words. But tonight, with their child growing inside her and the moonlight blessing their conversation, she tried. "It was peaceful," she said slowly. "Not empty or dark or frightening. Just peaceful. Like standing in a warm room waiting for something important, but not knowing what." "Were you alone?" "No. The moon was there. And I could feel you, your grief, your pain, your love. The bond wasn't gone, even though it was broken. It was just distant. Like hearing music from another room." "Did you want to come back?" Arianeth considered the question carefully. "Part of me wanted to stay. It was so peaceful, Cassius. No pain, no struggle, no weight of responsibility. Just rest." She felt him tense and hurried to continue. "But a larger part of me wanted to return. I wanted to see what we could build together. I wanted to finish what we'd started. I want you." She touched his face. "The moon offered me a choice, and I chose you. Choose life. Choose the messy, complicated, finite experience of loving someone knowing it would end." "Why?" His voice was barely a whisper. "Why choose pain and aging and eventual loss when you could have had eternal peace?" "Because peace without you wasn't peace at all." Arianeth's voice was certain. "Because finite time with you is worth more than infinite time without you. Because love, real, chosen, lived love, is worth every moment of eventual grief." Cassius kissed her then, deeply and thoroughly, pouring all his love and fear and gratitude into the connection. And through the bond, Arianeth felt his acceptance beginning to form. Not acceptance of her eventual death. That would come later, over years of learning to cherish finite time. But acceptance that their love was worth it. Worth the pain. Worth the impermanence. Worth everything. They made love slowly, reverently, celebrating the life they created and the time they had together. The bond blazed between them, golden and eternal even as the bodies it connected remained bound by mortality. Later, as Cassius slept with one hand protective over her stomach, Arianeth stayed awake, staring at the moon through their window. She had perhaps 50 years left, maybe 60 if she was lucky, and every one of those years would be spent loving a man who would outlive her by centuries, raising a child who might age normally or might inherit enhanced longevity, building a legacy that would outlast her finite life. It should have felt tragic. Instead, it felt like a gift, a miracle, a second chance to live and love and make every moment count. The moon shone down, silver and bright, and in that light, Arianeth saw the truth of what the moon had tried to teach them. Love wasn't diminished by endings. It was defined by them. Every moment mattered because the moments were limited. Every choice counted because the choices would eventually run out. Every I love you carried weight because there would be a last one someday. And that didn't make love weaker. It made love the most powerful force in existence. Finite, precious, absolutely worth every moment of eventual grief. Arianeth placed her hand over Cassius's, over their child, and she smiled. 20 years later, Arianeth stood at the memorial again, the white marble monument that bore her name and the words Cassius had chosen so long ago. But this time she wasn't dead. She was just visiting, paying respects, remembering. Her hair was fully silver now, her face lined with 20 years of living and loving and leading. She moved more slowly than she once had. Her enhanced abilities faded to barely above human levels. But she was happy. Beside her stood their daughter, Lyra, named for the constellation that had shone brightest the night she was born. She was 17 now, tall and strong, with Cassius's silver eyes and Arianeth's fierce determination. She'd inherited enhanced longevity, would likely live for centuries, would watch her mother age, and die just as Cassius would. But she'd also inherited something more important. The courage to love despite that knowledge, the strength to cherish finite moments, the wisdom to understand that love's value wasn't measured in years. Tell me the story again, Lyra said, touching the marble with one hand. About the sacrifice, about how you and Papa saved the world. Arianeth smiled. You've heard it 100 times, and I'll hear it 100 more. Lyra's eyes were bright with unshed tears, because someday I'll need to tell it to my children, and I want to get it right. I want them to understand what real love looks like. So Arianeth told the story again. The blood moon, the bond, the manipulation and the sacrifice, the impossible return and the finite time they'd been given. And when she finished, Lyra hugged her tight. Thank you, she whispered, for choosing to come back, for choosing Papa, for choosing to love us even knowing it would end. It hasn't ended yet, Arianeth said gently. I'm still here, still loving, still making every moment count. But someday, yes. Arianeth cupped her daughter's face. But not today. Today I'm here. And that's enough. They walked back toward the pack house together, toward where Cassius was waiting with their evening meal, toward the life they'd built from sacrifice and second chances. And as the sun set over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold, Arianeth felt complete. She had loved deeply, sacrificed willingly, returned impossibly. She had built a life worth living in the time she'd been given. And when the end came, whether in 10 years or 30 or however many the fates allowed, she would face it with the same courage she'd faced everything else. Because some loves are worth dying for, and some loves are worth living for. Every precious, finite, absolutely irreplaceable moment. The end.
If this story touched your heart, if Arianeth and Cassius's journey moved you, if you believe that love can transcend even death itself, then I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment sharing your favorite moment. Hit that like button if you believe in second chances. Subscribe for more stories about bonds that refuse to break and loves that choose themselves. Because your support helps me keep telling these stories. Stories about courage and sacrifice, about manipulation and choice, about finite time and infinite love. Thank you for listening. And remember, every moment matters. Make yours count.